Morning, everyone. Please join me for O Canada, followed by a moment of quiet contemplation. Hey, thank you. Please be seated. I guess I'll look for the roll call from my clerks, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Good morning, Council. We have all members of Council in attendance, with one exception. Deputy Warden Coughlin is absent, with alternate Councillor Anita Moore in attendance. Otherwise, you have your quorum. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Does anybody have to leave early today? Councillor Dolan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have an early departure at 11.
We will try to do our best. So with that, I'm not seeing any other hands, so I'll look for the approval of the agenda. Councillor Dolan.
Warden.
Oh, yes.
I do have to leave at 11:30 also.
Oh, okay. Perfect. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by alternate Councillor Moore that the agenda for March 10th, 2026 meeting of County Council be approved.
Any questions arising from the agenda? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now, do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest, any member of council? Certainly, if you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. Presentations and delegations, we have none. Consent agenda. Councillor Burkett.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship. Through you, moved by myself, second by Councillor Norcross, that the Council Communications and Proclamations February the 24th, 26th to March 9th, 2026 have been given due consideration be received.
Any questions or comments on the proclamations? I'm not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next, I have adoption of council minutes and confirmation of committee reports. Councillor Dolan, please.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Anderson that the following council minutes be confirmed and adopted and committee of the whole reports be confirmed. County Council minutes, February 24th, 2026, committee of the whole report, February 24, 2026, and committee of the whole confidential report, February 24, 2026.
Any questions arising from the minutes? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Presentations and considerations of the committee of the whole reports. Chair Evans, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, Council. Motion is for the committee of the whole report for performance management for February 24th, 2026. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Norcross. Motion is the performance management recommendations contained within the committee of the whole report dated February 24th, 2026 be approved. Back to you, Warden.
Thank you. Any items to be pulled from performance management? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now Chair Measures, Human Services, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. This is item 9.2, the Committee of the Whole Report for Human Services for February 24th. It'll be moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Brian Smith, that the Human Services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole Report dated February 24, 2026 be approved.
Any items to be pulled from Human Services for separate discussion? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now Chair Dolan, Corporate Services, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Miskimins that the corporate services recommendations contained within the Committee of the Whole report dated February 24th, 2026 be approved, including the confidential item.
Any items from Corporate Services to be pulled? Not seeing any, so all in favor? That is carried as well. Thank you. Presentations and consideration of special committee reports, we have none, but presentations and consideration of county officers report, we do have one. So I'll read the motion, I'll get it on the floor, and it's our COPA 7 update. There is an in-camera item to go with this as well. Councillor Leduc, questions?
Sorry, Warden, we did corporate services. I missed that. I'm sorry, I was reading my stuff and I wanted to pull 2 items in corporate services. I wonder if we could go back. That's something that this House would allow me to go back on
For a separate vote or for questions or comments?
for separate comments and vote. I have an amendment to one of the recommendations in the corporate services under 9.1, 8.1. I'd like to pull.
I haven't moved on, so with the consent of council, I'm getting nods around the room. So yes, again, I haven't moved on, so we'll go back. So corporate services, you'd like to pull
8.1 CCW 2026-061.
Yep.
And 9.1 CCW 2026-058.
Okay, so with that,
Thank you.
Everything else.
we'll retake the vote on everything else then on the agenda. And I had a mover and a seconder. So on all the other items, all in favor? That is carried. So why don't we go back to those items? I've got to unlock my computer now. Go ahead, Councillor, while I get ready.
Thank you, Warden. Thank you
8.1.
to the House for allowing me to do this. I apologize for not being aware of where we were in the agenda at the time. I want to speak to CCW 2026-061. It's the illumination, rural intersection illuminations. And I know it's something that we're talking about for Bradford, and it should be countywide. And when I look back, you know, I look at our report, our lighting policy, which is CS 06-193. It's 20 years old. And I would ask this House that if we could look at endorsing illumination throughout the county and start with 5 intersections per year. It's $75,000 to $100,000 of our budget. And I'm not talking about just doing Bradford. I'm talking about throughout the whole county. I understand, you know, this is an issue in all our communities. When it comes to community safety, this should be a very important issue for us, and we should try and find a way to do that. These rural intersections are very difficult to see at night, and I can tell you that we did receive an email from Councillor Ferragini. It was endorsed by all of council. They had asked him to send it because it's basically in his ward, these intersections. And I did receive emails from the Tech Week Women's Institute on these issues, on these actual intersections. So I just asked that this House look at endorsing in the budget, the future budgets, that we actually look at rural intersections throughout the county and try and put in a figure of $100,000. That'll get us 5 intersections throughout the county to help us illuminate these. Because if we can save one accident, you know, you never know what's going to happen. We could have a death in those accidents. I can tell you right now, we had a death on 10th Side Road this year already. We had a person hit, a pedestrian hit, and it was due to illumination. Basically, that was the cause of the accident. It wasn't illuminated enough for somebody to see. So we had a young man come to his death with that road. So I'm just asking, and I know it's tough. I've spoke with the General Manager Rob Elliott, and he has said this is a county-wide issue. So I'm not here to say that we should support Bradford. We have a lot of traffic in the south now. You know, we're dealing with a growth plan later in this agenda item, and it's bringing us to 555,000 residents within the county. 83,000 in Bradford, the same as in Innisfil, New Tech, all of the areas. We're all going to grow. Traffic is large and immense. And I'm going to give you a stat that we're not proud of, but Bradford, in the email it shows, Bradford is the 7th worst driving community in Ontario. not a good thing. But it's because we have new residents that come from outside of Canada, and they've migrated to Bradford and South Simcoe. And I think we need to find ways to help ensure that we have safer passage through these rural intersections. So I'm not asking for that to be done today on 8.1, sir. I'm asking that the staff look at budgeting this into the 2027 budget so that we can start to illuminate rural intersections throughout the county. So there's many of them out there. I know there's lots, and if we just put that in the budget, we would at least start to mitigate some of these opportunities and reduce these accidents. And it's all about reducing accidents, which has a very big trickle effect when it comes to insurance policies and things like that for people. So I just asked this House to hopefully endorse the fact that we actually put some money in the budget for this. So that's my ask, sir.
I've got Councillor Dolan and then Councillor Sandu and Councillor Measures.
Thank you. I would agree that rural intersection illumination is something that perhaps we could look at updating. I wouldn't be in support of going as far as to say, put this much money in the budget, not knowing what other pressures we're going to have, but at least looking at a 20-year-old policy and updating that 20-year-old policy throughout the county. Because although, you know, growth is one of the issues, another is increased tourism. So it affects the whole county, particularly you know, North Simcoe has more traffic in the summer, ice fishing and skiing, and also then throughout the summer months. So I would say I would support something that would encourage staff to relook at updating the policy for entire county and not just for the growth municipalities. Thank you.
Councillor Sandu.
Thank you, Warden. I was going to second the recommendation that's put by Councillor Duke. I agree that this is not just a Bradford West Glenbury thing, it's county-wide, and we need to look at it. We owe it to our residents as we grow, and we're gonna grow throughout the county, that we need to make our intersections safe, and we need to start somewhere, and we need to start soon. So picking some intersections throughout the county that staff, based on the data, which is somewhat current, not a 20-year-old policy, that we can pick those intersections and start working on it one by one and taking it off the list. So I would be happy to second that recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Measures.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'd just like to start by supporting Councillor Duke's recommendation in the fact that we do need to do something about lighting at rural intersections. Certainly the community that I represent has a lot of rural intersections that intersect with county-operated roadways. One that comes to mind right away that this House was very supportive of in helping us in Clearview, and that was the intersection of County Road 9 and Centerline Road. Making that a four-way stop with flashing red lights, et cetera, and including a white street light illuminating the intersection, I think has contributed significantly to reducing traffic accidents there that are dangerous. So thank you very much, Councillor Duke, for bringing that forward. I would, if you don't mind, James, I'll just comment. I'm surprised to hear you say that you want to bring $500,000 into the budget. So thank you for that. I'm sure the House will remember that at the time, at the next budget discussion. Nevertheless, if I can ask the question, Your Worship, to GM Elliott, can you give us an outline as what we actually do right now when it comes to that type of work, installing street light, just illumination at intersections? Are we doing that type of work now, and how much are we spending on that?
General Manager.
Thank you, through the chair. I don't have the budget numbers at my fingertips, my apologies, but I will tell you that the current policy is in line with the Transportation Association of Canada guidelines, and they do accommodate for growth. As much as it might seem like it's a 20-year-old policy, it adjusts for growth over time and whatnot. So this particular report that we're contemplating, staff had looked at those options and had recommended that that was a suitable level of intervention when it came to illumination. I don't know if Director Miley might be able to speak to what our annual investment is. I could turn it over to you, Christian, if that's okay.
Director.
Thank you and good morning. On an annual basis with respect to illumination, the county has a fund in and range. It's about $100,000, a little bit less, that pays for new installations and maintenance and upkeep of the existing streetlights that we do have out there. Maybe just one comment with respect to perhaps adding a budget item for 2027. One of the struggles we have is the county has hundreds of intersections, and it would be difficult for us to prioritize where those streetlights would go. That's one of the reasons why that policy is in place. It allows us to prioritize those intersections and identify those that require the upgraded illumination. It's worked well for 20 years. As the report identifies, I don't have it in front of me here, but I think it's in the range of an inventory of 690 streetlights that we currently own. And there's hundreds more intersections that are unlit out there today. It'd be difficult to prioritize those locations without that policy.
Okay, I have Councillor McDonald and then Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Warden. I agree with all of my colleagues and actually staff comments, but I do agree with Councillor Leduc that even if we, and Councillor Dolan, that we bring back a report, but also that make sure that this is sitting so we can debate it at our next budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell.
Thank you very much, Warden. I do understand that this is an important topic for sure, and I've seen the accidents through my entire life. One of the things I would suggest is that I think this should be pushed back to the municipalities. I think you should have to do a traffic study for those situations that you think are the most important, and it should be a 50-50 split with that municipality. And I think I could get behind supporting something like that, but I can't see us just going out and starting from anywhere on a map and starting to put pinpoints and just start replacing them all. I think we need to actually have information to make those decisions.
Councillor Cox.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Bell. We've had at least two in our township. One I know for sure, Pleasanton Side Road and the County Road. And we just asked if we could put it up, and we paid for it because it was something necessary where children were standing waiting for a bus. So I agree that township should be involved in the prioritization if there is anything, or let the county know where there's some issues. And if need be, you just do it. That's what you have to do. And the same at the lights at 169 and Muskoka Road. Our township just put the lights up because we felt it was necessary and for the safety of the people. Thank you.
Director Mealy.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that is actually part of the policy is if there's an intersection of a county road with a local road and the warrant is not met, the option is still available for the township to install and maintain a light there.
Councillor Leduc.
So I thank my colleagues for all of the comments, and I do agree that this is a community safety issue. Bradford does do our car counts. We do our road counts every year, every second year. We're doing the full community. So we have the stats for all of our intersections. We know all of our traffic counts and everything. It's just that it's interesting. I went to New Tech yesterday for an announcement, and it's the first time ever when I put my GPS on, it sent me to 9th line. It sent me to a line to go across. 9th line and 13th are pretty important lines that with lots more traffic. But I agree that I think it should be brought back as a budget item. And I can tell you right now, Bradford has $80,000 in our budget for traffic community safety. So we would certainly partner on certain areas. I know our council was very adamant that we get our rural intersections illuminated because of the accidents we've seen. We've seen a lot more traffic on 10th Side Road, 5th Side Road. When the 400 shuts down, those roads go all the way to Barrie, and they take a lot of traffic. And if you're sitting at a line like the 13th, 9th, or any lines, it is difficult to get out, and people take risks. And you can see when we shut down the 4th, the County Road 4, we had many, many accidents. That will happen again, even though we shut down County Road 4, and it showed that we had, I think, 7 accidents at the very beginning when we shut that down. When the 400 shuts down, we get tons of traffic. And I'm here to tell you that I think the rural illumination is a very important thing that this council has to look at throughout the county. If we can reduce any accidents at any of these intersections, I think it's important that we look at that. So community safety is a big one for us. It's our #1 strategic initiative. I say we have $80,000 only in that. That's just for community safety. We have tons of money in our budget already for community safety issues, but this is $80,000 that council can disperse throughout the year. So if it came down to a fact that the county said, hey, this doesn't warrant, but if you want to partner with us, we would be more than happy to share in that cost. We're not talking a ton of money here. We're talking $15,000 to $20,000 for illuminated intersection. To me, that's a value spent when we can stop accidents and we can save lives. And that's a critical point for me. So I would ask that we endorse this. We try and put funds in that for community safety. I think that's something we have to do. I'm not sure how many illuminated intersections we've done this year. Mr. Millet, you've said you've spent about $100,000. Can you tell me how many intersections that did throughout the county? How many rural intersections did we actually illuminate in 25? Do you have that number?
So I'll go to the director if you know, and then General Manager Elliott has some comments as well. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have that number off the top of my head. I can tell you with the maintenance, installations, and construction, it's probably in the 5 to 10 range in terms of the number of intersections that we added a streetlight to.
General Manager, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Perhaps I could recommend that staff take this away and report back with options which should provide a level of service beyond the policy we have today. And that way that council, rather than having a cold conversation during the budget cycle, we can go in with that direction and it simply is a budget item rather than a policy discussion at budget time. So we could take that direction to take this away and report back with options.
That's kind of what we were drafting up here. Then we'd have a look at and take another look at that policy. And you're not incorrect. We are seeing more accidents. We shouldn't. The cars are safer, but the distraction on the roads seems to be a problem. And quite frankly, the cars are quieter. You don't hear outside noise. You don't even hear sirens coming anymore in some of the new vehicles. They're so well built. But unfortunately, that has side effects as well. Councillor Corbell, and then I've got a motion I'd like to put up.
Thank you, Warden. Just a comment with respect to this. And about 6 years ago, we have a situation on 93 at Floss Road 10 East. And there is a pole there, and we were looking to get a light there because that particular intersection has a center lane for passing traffic going north, and it's also used as a left-hand turn lane. So the province ministry has put in a sign that says, beware, there will be left-hand turning vehicles in that lane. And, it didn't meet the warrant. And I think that's important. And I think the reason it's important is because that's the standard that is expected to be met for just about any traffic situation. Those are the manuals and the criteria that our traffic department would use to determine when it should be in place and when it shouldn't. So I just would like possibly if Christian might just be able to explain briefly on that, because I think what we find ourselves doing quite often is kind of in our minds, it needs to be one way. But the reality is that the standard to be met resides somewhere else. And it's not that I'm trying to detract from the need for lighting. Lighting's wonderful, except I can well imagine the hundreds and hundreds of locations. I'm sure in Springwater alone, we probably have 40 or 50 intersections with county roads that if they were all lit up, that'd be great. But it's an unreasonable expectation in my mind to do it that way. I'd like to see staff be the one to propose certain things. So is it possible for our traffic Christian to just briefly explain, we refer to these criteria and warrants that have to be met, what that actually means for the information of council?
Director?
Thank you, and through the worship. So the reason for the warrant criteria is to provide some technical justification for illumination, and it takes into consideration environmental factors, geometrical factors, engineering factors of the intersection. It also, an important factor is the nighttime collisions that exist at that location. Takes into factor traffic, and then it provides a necessary score based on all those conditions and the technical factors. It provides a score. And if there's a threshold that's met, it identifies that lighting is warranted. And one of the things that it's required for is if we put in some of these features that are unintended, it does have some unintended consequences. For example, we put a new street light in at a location, it provides another obstacle for errant vehicles. It does a number of things that we want to balance the requirement for safety, illumination, and all the factors. So there's many things that come into play, and that's some of the reason why all those things are taken into consideration as part of the warrant criteria.
Okay, why don't we get a motion up on the board here, Jonathan, and see what if the mover and seconder are happy with that.
Yeah,
Through you, Warden. So the motion to receive from the Committee of the Whole report comes through here, and that was moved by Councillor Sondu and seconded by Councillor Van Staveren. And my recommendation would be to just vote quickly on that motion to receive and then take the motion from Councillor Leduc, which I have ready, so we're not dealing with amendments.
All right, so we'll receive it first, and then we have another motion to go forward. So all in favor of receiving? That is carried. So now the other motion, Jonathan?
Thank you, Warden. So listening to the conversation here, motion potentially for consideration is that staff report back on opportunities to expand illumination at rural intersections and any recommended changes to the existing county rural intersection illumination policy. And I think that gives staff kind of the flexibility to outline any financial impacts and how to go about that. So if that's good with the mover, look to you, Warden, to confirm and confirm a seconder.
So a yes from Councillor Leduc
Yes.
and seconded by Councillor Sondu. So any other questions on that? Get the staff report. All in favor? That is carried. Opposed, if any? That was unanimous. Thank you. And 9.1, I believe, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Warden. I wanted to make an amendment to the motion, and it was, the motion reads that that item CCW 2026-058 dated February 24, 2026 regarding the Town of Bradford-Scombridge Council resolution requesting line 9 and 10 side road traffic mitigation measures be received, and that the existing right-of-way control at line 9 and 10 side road be made a four-way stop, and that the speed limit reduction on 10 side roads outlined in the item CCW 2026-058 be approved, and that the consolidated traffic bylaw 7098-24 be amended and the necessary bylaw be presented to County Council for consideration. So I'm just changed, instead of be maintained, to be made a four-way stop. My reason for that, Warden, is if you look into the report further, it talks about the accidents, and I know the report referred to the fact that we shut down County Road 4. But what really brought this to council's attention was when we had our Pumpkin Fest this year at our Henderson Park. So Henderson Park is right there at that intersection. It's a major park in our community. It's where we celebrate a lot of different events. You can tell from Councillor Ferragini's email yesterday, we had the Minister already there with thousands of people. That day when we had Pumpkin Fest started at 11. At noon, we had a 3-car collision at that intersection that shut down the whole 10th side road and 9th line. It was a major accident. No deaths, but luckily no deaths, but it was a major accident. And it was due to the fact that we had so much traffic going in and out of that intersection. Again, I refer to the fact that that side road 10 is a major artery when we shut down the 400. It's not a lot of funds to put the stop signs. We have 2 stop signs going east-west. We need a north-south stop sign with a bar. That to me is a couple $1,000s to put that in with a bylaw, just to change the bylaw to represent that as a 4-way stop. I asked this House to endorse a 4-way stop there. It's what our residents want. It's what our councillors want. It is about community safety. It's about reducing accidents. When you look at the 3-year history, I know 24 is a nominal year there, but it's still 4.3 as an average. And if we look at 25, we've had several accidents at that intersection already. To me, this is a very simple 4-way stop. Give people a chance. And like I said, I used that intersection yesterday when I went to the intersection at about 8:45, I think it was, and my GPS took me that way. There was 3 cars sitting on the 9th line heading eastbound, trying to traverse 10th side road, and I was in a queue of 2 cars going westbound across the 10th side road. So there is traffic there. People are using it because there's a light at the County Road 4 intersection. So that is a light that people use now to get onto County Road 4. The 9th line has become a more heavily trafficked. And I know the report says you're going to review this summer. I think we can just move forward with a stop sign. I think it justifies it. So I asked this House to approve the amendment that I've made, and hopefully we can put a 4-way stop there. It would appease our residents, and it's a very important area in our community for celebrations and for people heading to parks, young kids, young families. So I ask that the House endorse a 4-way stop there. Thank you.
We have a seconder, Councillor Sondu, and then I will look for comments. Maybe I'll start with my general manager. Oh, Councillor Sondu, go ahead, and then
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add there that Councillor Leduc mentioned Pumpkin Fest. Henderson Park is throughout the summer, it's well-used park with the soccer, main soccer games coming out of there. We have a new pavilion with that, which is well-used. Our residents take their kids there. So that intersection is very important. And I appreciate all the work that staff does, and it's not easy, and they follow the guidelines and the policies, and I understand that, and I respect that. But like it says, it's just a guideline. We can go over and above the guideline, because we had some intersections in town where the warrants weren't met, but we went over and above. And now when we look back with what we did, that was against the warrants, it didn't meet, but we feel that it was the right thing to do, common sense, and it's better for our kids when they're crossing the parks and stuff. So this is in my mind, I think one of those criteria is where maybe the warrant doesn't meet it, but the common sense has to prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Around any other comments from the floor? Councillor Bell.
Is this a county road and one of your roads? Is that correct? So are you willing to pay for half of that?
It's a full county intersection.
Full county intersection?
Full county, yeah.
General Manager, any comments?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. I think I might want to start with, we did recommend that we would review this over the summer as well, and we felt that some of those collisions over the last couple of years were a result of detours resulting from construction activities in the area. I would just point out that, one of the purposes of the county road network is to move people around distances at speeds. And we try to adhere to the policies to maintain the purpose of that county road network. And the more that we introduce, and we get many, many requests for stop signs, reduce speed limits, as you know, it really impacts the ability for people to move around. So we did recommend that we would monitor this, but at the end of the day, we would be willing to take the direction that, council wants to give to staff.
Thank you. Councillor Dolan.
Thank you. I understand, and we go through this regularly at our lower tier municipality. We also have a traffic safety committee. We have people who are, I swear, if for every person who came to ask for a four-way stop, we'd have a four-way stop at every intersection. And I'm not trying to belittle this situation, because I'm aware of this intersection and I know it's very busy. I'm concerned about not using warrants on some, and then I guess if we're going to do this, it should be equal for everyone. So if we're going to say, okay, we're going to go above the warrant, okay, if it meets 3 of the 4 warrants, then maybe it, I guess what I'm trying to say is I just want everybody to be treated fairly, and I want it to be backed up by technical data. It sounds to me that if they're going to be monitoring it this summer, and that park is used as much as it was, it will meet more of the warrants, because I'm reading in the report it met 1 of 4. And I'm worried about using subjective versus data-driven decisions. And so I would suggest that either we change the whole policy to say that we use the Ontario Traffic Manual book differently for everything, but we don't start, because my worry now is we've got 16 municipalities here, and if we do this one, then we're going to have 15 more at the next meeting. So I'm open to looking at the policy and how the warrants are met, but not having everybody come to the house saying, I know we didn't meet the warrants, but we want it anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fryer.
Thank you, Warden Clark, and I share the same concern. I definitely rely on staff to be guiding us. We talked about prioritizing. We'd love to do them all, but obviously priorities are based on the standards that we have. Is it possible to incorporate into what we just passed, to have staff come back to incorporate this particular one and report back with some more data that may support, just as Mayor Dallin was saying, maybe there's going to be reasons that point for this to be done. I'm hesitant to start doing one-ofs just in this particular case, not because the safety isn't, we'd all love to be safer and safer. But I'm just wondering if there's a way we could incorporate, if we're having staff come back, is there a way we can incorporate this one as well?
General Manager, I believe you were going to take another look at this one over the summer, were you not, General Manager?
Thank you. And through you, Your Worship, the intention was to look at the traffic counts at this specific location. But I'm actually going to defer over to Director Mealy to speak to the policies around traffic stops versus illumination to help understand how that's a little bit different, if I might.
Director.
Thank you, and through the chair. Again, it's about unintended consequences as well. If we sort of have one-offs where these are considered, it creates other traffic issues down the line. For example, in this particular case, one of the criteria for a four-way stop is that you have no more than a 70-30 split for the intersecting roads. In this case, it's 75-25, meaning for the majority of the time a car is on the county road, they won't even see cross traffic, and they'll start to wonder why they're stopping there. That does create some issues. The criteria goes on and says there's a need for 500 vehicles per hour for any 8 hours of the day, and that's only met for 4 of those 8 hours in this location. So there's a number of things that we really need to justify for a four-way stop to be viable, feasible, and actually makes the intersection more safe. And the report does commit to that. We're going to do an updated turning movement count. We did have to do some extrapolation with the data there included in the report. That's why we committed to do a specific turning movement count at this location and revisit that here through the summer and see if there's any adjustments that need to be made.
Councillor Leduc.
Yeah. Thank you, Warden. And just to further, this intersection is becoming more urban. It's not a rural intersection really anymore. It's a much more urban intersection. We have the bypass coming. That's an off-ramp that's going to end up at that. The off-ramp is going to end up at that intersection, so we're going to have a lot more traffic on there. I have said, you know, when I'm here at this house and this communities bring any kind of traffic issues within their communities, they know best. They know what they need best. And I've supported them many times to say, if you want speed reductions or you want stop signs, I've never opposed any municipality asking for that. This is a minor cost. I understand some of the comments, but that Mr. Millet had commented, but this is an area where we need to have more safety. There's a number of accidents there, and we've seen it. It's in the report. I understand staff is reviewing it, but I think there's time for moving a stop sign there, and I would suggest it is a intersection that needs a four-way stop. I would ask for support for Bradford's council. They're wanting it. They understand the impacts. We're in our community all the time. We need to see a stop sign there, and I'm hoping that sales can help us put a stop sign there. If not, then I would also ask the county, can we do it ourselves? If that's the case, we send a lot of money up here, but if we have to spend more money to put a stop sign, I'm more than happy to do that because it's a couple $1,000s. It's not a huge ask. If the budget can't absorb $2,000, then we're really in trouble. So to me, it's a stop sign, and it makes it more safe for everybody. The accidents are there. You've seen it when we shut County Road 4. When we shut the highway down, that line has tons of traffic. People can't get across. They're taking risks. I asked the House to support this because this is a Bradford issue, and it's our Bradford Council that wants it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't think it's about the cost, so it's about the traffic flow is what the concern is, but I will certainly keep that in the note. Any other comments on the issue? Okay, I have an amendment. We'll get it read here.
Yeah, through you, Warden. So again, the recommendation from Committee of the Whole comes through as was written in the report as the staff recommendation. So it was originally moved by alternate Councillor Jeffrey, who's not in attendance today, and it was seconded by Councillor Walker. And so I think for good measure, just to get a mover instead of alternate Councillor Jeffrey, that'd be.
This is for the original motion?
This is for the original motion, yes.
Okay, I have a mover, Councillor Fryer, and a seconder.
Walker.
Councillor Walker was still the seconder, so you're fine with that, sir? Yeah.
Great, thank you, Warden. So now that that's on the floor, I think the amendment from Councillor Leduc and seconded by Councillor Sandu, would be that the second clause of the recommendation be struck and replaced with the following: that the existing right-of-way control at line 9 and 10th Side Road be made a four-way stop. And so that's an amendment. The original motion said that the right-of-way control be maintained. And so this amendment would change that to that right-of-way control be made a four-way stop.
So on the amendment, you're fine, the mover's fine, seconder, Councillor Sandu. We had good discussion. All in favor of the amendment? Okay, we'll get a count here. 3, 6, 12. Okay, all opposed? Motion is defeated. The amendment's defeated. So then on the original motion, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. So that deals with the corporate services item. Well, 50-50 there. So now we're on to our county official plan amendment, COPA 7. So I'll read the motion, get a mover and a seconder, and I will remind council that there are some non-disclosure signs, so there will be an in-camera issue tied to this. So I'll have to be very careful what's said publicly prior to going, and we will be going in camera for a more wholesome discussion on it. So the motion that item CO 2026-087 dated March 10, 2026 regarding County Official Plan Amendment Number 7, COPA 7, states status update be received, and that council supports the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing's expeditious approval of the County Official Plan Amendment Number 7, including the modification described substantively within item CCW 2026-087, and staff continue to work to further the necessary amendments to the County of Simcoe official plan to ensure consistency with the provincial planning statement 2024 and general updates that may be required. So I'll have a mover and a seconder to put this on the floor. Moved by Councillor Miskimins, second by Councillor Norris. Questions and comments, or General Manager, anything you want to add before we head too far into it? General Manager Elliott.
Thank you, through your worship. I think the only comment I would point out is that it was just interesting to see how after 3.5 years, there's a real need to expedite this one. It was very curious on our behalf, but we've got some thoughts and suggestions that we would like to work through with the ministry, and that's where we felt that having an in-camera confidential conversation to get some direction would be helpful.
Any comments on the open portion? If not, I'll Councillor Anderson, and then we'll go ahead to the in-camera portion.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a comment, and I certainly appreciate the fact that the province wants to expedite this, and I think it's long overdue for sure. My concern rests though with the municipality that I represent, Agile Tossarantio, and the projection of the numbers that are still there and are not to be changing to what I understand. So the township growth targets in the population forecast for 2021 to 2051 was 710 persons. We have one development that's near completion of 700 homes. That's 1,900 people. We have 2 draft plan conditioned developments in the community of Everett, totaling 1,966 units. It's 5,300 individuals. So we're 885% over what the targets are. And that's the known. That's more coming for sure. So my concern would be we need to look at those numbers again to make sure that growth in South Simcoe is proportionate to the population increases and the demands that we are seeing. So I just wanted to comment that it's very difficult for my local council when we see a projection and then that miscommunication of, well, we're not growing or we're not intended to be growing, but we've already got a population of over 7,000 planned in the next 5 to 10 years. Thank you, Marshall.
Do you have an answer, General Manager?
Thank you, through your worship. I think it raises a lot of questions around population and allocation, and I think we can discuss some thoughts around that as we go in camera.
So I guess I'd look for the House. Do we want to pass this motion or table it for now and go in camera and have a bigger discussion prior to passing this one? So we're going to table it. That's what I'm hearing. So I'm not getting any objection from the House. We will table this for now. And then I'll read the motion to go in camera and then we'll come back out to this item. So that I have a motion moved by Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Van Staveren, that council resolve in a closed session at 9:45 a.m. under the authority of the Municipal Act, Section 239(2)H, information explicitly supplied in confidence to a municipality or local board by Canada, a province or a territory or a crown agency or any of them. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, we're back live. So on the county official plan amendment number 7 that was on the floor prior to going in camera, does anybody need me to read the motion again? Oh, no, I have to do the rise and report. Sorry. Do you want me to do the in-camera one first then? Yeah. All right, I will jump ahead and we'll do the in-camera, which was moved by Councillor Fryer, second by Councillor Fowler. The direction in camera and recommendations contained within confidential item CO 2026-079 dated March 10th, 2026 regarding information explicitly supplied in confidence to a municipality or local board of Canada, a province or territory or a crown agency, or any of them be approved and voted upon within accordance with section 239(6)B of the Municipal Act, and that was voted on and carried. Thank you. Now I can go back to back to 11.1. Does anybody require me to read that motion again? I'm not seeing any. And any other comments? And it was moved by Councillor Miskman, second by Councillor Norris, that we approve. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Finish this confidential. Brings us all the way up to consideration of bylaws. Councillor Norcross, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Burkett, that bylaw number 716926 be enacted as a bylaw of the County of Simcoe.
Questions on the bylaws? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Under announcements, I'm going to go to General Manager Sinclair first. I think you want to thank council for their participation in the survey.
Thank you, Warden Clark. It is my pleasure to extend a very sincere thank you to all of County Council for your tremendous support of our accreditation survey. The governance survey received an outstanding 97% response rating. 31 responses, tremendous. I think it's a testament of the longstanding commitment of our county council to ensure quality care for our seniors across the county. So huge thank you. The surveys were anonymous. However, we will receive a report from Accreditation Canada with aggregate level data, so we'll share that when we receive it. But again, a very big thank you from all of us. Really tremendous support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now on a fun note, we're going to hunt for the one that didn't participate. So
Was it me?
I want to thank all county councillors for your support on this year's It Starts campaign as well. And for anyone who joined last council meeting virtually and missed out on the photo opportunity or complete the campaign card, the communications team will be available outside the council chambers today after committee of the whole if you want to have your picture taken. And this year marks the 10th anniversary of County It Starts campaign. And again, thank you for your participations and all the municipalities that also took part. Any other announcements? I am not seeing any, so I'll look for the confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Norcross.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Chair Evans, that bylaw number 7170-26 be enacted as a bylaw of the County of Simcoe.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And I look for the adjournment that the March 10th, 2026 meeting of the County Council be adjourned at 10:25. Moved by Councillor Corbell, second by Councillor McDonald. All in favor? That is carried. Why don't I walk out? We'll take a break before committee of the whole. Why don't we do that? We'll take a break, come back for committee of the whole at say 10:35. Everybody okay with that? Thank you. Okay, we're live. I will call the meeting to order and I will look to my clerk for a roll call.
Thank you, Warden. So in addition to the members of council in attendance, we're joined by the city representatives, Aurelia Councillor Durnford, Aurelia Councillor Fallis, Aurelia Mayor McIsaac, Barrie Councillor Nagusi, Barrie Councillor Riepma, and Barrie Mayor Nuttall is currently absent. You have your quorum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Clerk McGill. And I know there's a few councillors have to leave at 11:30, and I think a bunch of us have now a Zoom meeting at 1 o'clock. So let's get moving here. I'll look for the approval of the agenda. Councillor Dolan, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Laux that the agenda for the March 10th, 2026 meeting of Committee of the Whole be approved.
Any questions arising from the agenda? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? Certainly, if you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. Presentations and delegations, all sections. Yes, we do. We've got Alan Langdon here, Chief Executive Officer of Circle Materials, to provide a presentation on behalf of Circular Materials. Having trouble speaking today. And I don't know if you have any, is Alan online now? And you can introduce anybody that's with you, Alan. Thank you.
Good morning. Again, my name is Alan Langdon, CEO of Circular Materials. Our contractor, Mterra Group, was going to be with us, but I think the original time was much earlier, so I'm not sure they're on with us now. And my colleague Jennifer Kerr is also here. But let me, sounds like there's a time shortage for everyone involved, so why don't I dive into the presentation, then happy to take any questions. So those that haven't heard of us, Circular Materials is a producer responsibility organization that supports producers in meeting their extended producer responsibility obligations for packaging and paper products in Ontario. We're also the administrator of the Common Collection System for Blue Box material on behalf of all pros operating in Ontario. And we manage EPR in Simcoe County in the province. Your feedback and partnership is critical, supporting all residents and communities. And just as I kick off this presentation, I just want to acknowledge the importance of ongoing collaboration. We're committed to delivering an enhanced recycling program across Ontario. We thank all municipalities and regions for their ongoing collaboration, feedback, and partnership. And we're focused on working together and providing support to all residents and communities. In terms of our goals, we need to meet Ontario's Blue Box obligations and requirements, and I'll provide a bit more information on that, including meeting material performance targets. We want to deliver a convenient and simplified recycling system for Ontarians, which includes an expanded and unified material list, as well as technological advancements, infrastructure investments, all of which is supporting and creating additional jobs in Ontario. We're also focused on increasing recycling as well as reducing contamination. And we know that in some areas of Ontario, the contamination rate is as high as 35%, which means that 1 of every 3 trucks going to a processing facility is essentially full of garbage. And we need to reduce that, both to primarily to increase the quality of recycled material that we're able to turn into new products and packaging. And all of that gets to the 4th objective, which is really around advancing a circular economy. We've devoted a lot of time around packaging innovation and a material access program with the goal of eventually returning processed material back to producers for use as new products and packaging as recycled content. In terms of the transition, this represents the largest recycling transition ever undertaken in Canada. We've been leading that transition since 2023, and we now are responsible for reaching over 5 million households. While many communities had a seamless recycling experience, some communities undoubtedly experienced collection and change management challenges. Transition to the scale often come with short-term challenges, and our team continues to respond quickly and work with our service providers to ensure operational issues are addressed, including taking immediate action to resolve miscollections. We remain committed to delivering an efficient and effective recycling service that meets resident and community needs. And again, I know for a lot of the people in the room, the main priority, the main focus is on collection, but I think it's important to remember there's a larger objective here, which is we need to actually make sure that all of this material is actually recycled. So under the regulation, producers are obligated to meet these performance management targets. Circular Materials is a pro that acts on their behalf to ensure that the system and the processes are in place for them to meet those targets. The targets are detailed down there, and I won't go through all of them, but the one I would focus on is flexible plastic. Flexible plastic remains a challenge in the system. The current target is 10% by 2028, and then eventually 40% from 2035 onwards. Flexible plastics represents a diverse group of material, and not all of which is easy to recycle. And so there's a lot of activity and further innovation required for us to be able to address those challenges and ensure that we can meet these recycling targets. But for all these targets, an overriding objective will be to reduce contamination to improve the quality of material. Just in terms of an overview of the current system, so as of January 1st, we now serve 395 eligible communities, which includes 383 municipalities and 12 First Nations. 330 of those communities receive curbside collection, while 65 communities receive only depot collection. And all of that material is consolidated at 43 receiving facilities around the province. This is where the trucks will come, dump off the recycling, and then it'll be consolidated and loaded into tractor trailers to be shipped to a sorting facility at one of a number of locations across Ontario. In terms of the first 60 days of EPR, so obviously we're here to listen and get any feedback, but also just provide some additional information in terms of what we've seen so far. So without a doubt, weather delays and increased volume due to holiday season. Throughout January and February, Simcoe County experienced significant above average snowfall, combined with a province-wide salt shortage that's led to underserviced roads and extremely difficult driving conditions. So whenever we have a safety issue for drivers, that is going to result in delayed collections. And certainly that's caused disruptions in many locations across the province and in Simcoe County in particular. So there were 5 days in January that Emterra was unable to complete collection due to weather. In terms of resident call volumes and wait times, there has been long wait times for residents, particularly in January. We've worked to reduce those wait times with increased staffing levels to support rapid response, and also implemented real-time service monitoring tools to identify hotspots quickly. And by all accounts, those call volumes and the call return time or call wait time have dropped significantly. In terms of Simcoe County updates, all Simcoe County weather delays and updates are posted on a dedicated Circular Materials Simcoe County webpage, and we provided a link in the presentation. Weather alerts on our website explain why there is a delay, what roads or areas are impacted, and when the delay will be resolved. The other thing is that new recyclable materials, as a reminder, including hot and cold beverage cups, deodorant, toothpaste tubes, ice cream tubs, black plastic containers, frozen juice containers, are all eligible for collection now, and a complete list of those materials is available at circularmaterials.ca/recycle-ontario. So in terms of key actions going forward, so we work closely with our municipal, regional, and provincial partners and service providers to ensure timely, accurate information delivered to residents. This includes a dedicated team to prioritize escalations and resolve backlogs, daily operations coordination call center staff, and additional tools and technologies. When we look out in January 2026, we're collecting from an average of 80,000 residents in Simcoe County a week, and there were less than 0.4% of collections missed in January 2026. We've also noted that the average number of calls to the Emterra call centers decreased by almost 25%, and the missed collection rate in February has decreased to less than or around 0.1%. In terms of community engagement, we continue to focus on resident education and stakeholder engagement to support change management and understanding of full EPR in Ontario. That includes a proactive multi-channel communication strategy with additional resources available on our promotion education portal, fulsome media relations and issues management strategy to address concerns and eliminate confusion and ensure the residents have accurate updates and information. We're committed to ongoing engagement with communities and municipalities, and we continue to respond to resident needs and ensure accountability and continuous delivery or continuous improvement in the delivery of the Blue Box program. And key collaborations we've already established with environmental education and community stakeholders such as Pollution Probe, Earth Rangers, and Eco Schools to enhance recycling awareness and efforts. Just wanted to briefly touch on this. You know, if residents have issues or need support, there's kind of a range of different areas they can go, but the first point of contact should be our collection provider, Mterra. So there's a 1-800 number there, as well as an email, customer care ont@mterra.ca. They should be the first point of contact, as they'll be the ones in the best position to provide an immediate and timely response. If for whatever reason residents are not having their issues resolved in a way that they want, or it's not working with the collection service provider, they can escalate that to Circular Materials. And again, we've included the 1-800 number there, as well as our email, customer service @circularmaterials.ca. We also know that sometimes mayors and councillors have constituents inquiries and they want somewhere they can go. So we do have specific emails for mayors, councillors, and MPPs, and these emails will be responded to within 1 business day or less. So looking ahead, we're going to continue to support residents while delivering an enhanced recycling program, partnering with our service providers to support continuous improvement, collaborating with government stakeholders and partners to drive progress and support investments in innovation and technology. And maybe here, just want to note that, you know, successful transitions require collaboration and learning from all parties involved. So we have ongoing meetings, much like we have today, with municipal officials and teams. We host municipal working group meetings every 2 months, which is primarily attended by municipal staff. Our next one is March 25th. And again, we look forward to progress in building a trusted and resilient recycling system that meets community needs and sets a new standard for both Ontario and Canada. So that was my presentation, and happy at this juncture to take any questions.
Okay, just a few comments that you made, and I know this is kind of a standard agreement. You hear the salt shortage. I know we didn't have a salt shortage in Ramera. Did we have any roads not salted this winter, General Manager Elliott, due to a shortage of salt?
Thanks for the question, Your Worship. We were able to maintain our salt levels adequately. We did use a bit of a mix of sand, which would be a bit more than we typically would have used, but we were able to keep county roads to the standards that we would expect.
Okay, I just wanted to assure the folks at home of that. And how many days did we miss due to weather on our garbage pickup?
I'm going to invite our Director of Solid Waste to come and speak to that.
Welcome, Director.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. We didn't miss any days, but certainly there were some weather days that we didn't make all stops, you know, and down hills, private roads that weren't plowed accordingly. So there was small misses, maybe 1% on those days didn't get collection, but we completed every day with that exception.
Okay, now I'm not going to put you on the spot, sir, but I think it's a conversation you need to have with your contractor, that our trucks were able to get down the roads. We did not experience salt issues, but that's what you're hearing from your contractor. I think you need to have that discussion with them.
Really noted.
Thank you. Councillor Dolan, Chair Dolan.
Thank you, through you, Warden. So, Mr. Langdon, first of all, I want to say welcome to our world. And just to say that in your slides, you talked about Christmas and weather. And I just want to let you know that here in Simcoe County, Christmas happens every year. And we live in a snow belt, and winter happens every year as well. Now, I think you'll agree with me that that things were off to a bit of a rocky start. Residents did experience a lot of missed collections since January. Now, we've been hearing of less issues. Misses are still happening, less of them, but they're still happening. So I have 3 questions and then one other comment. So, first of all, in your slides, you talk about meeting your obligations and responsibilities, and that's fair. But in the municipal world, that's our bottom. We aim to meet or exceed expectations, never just to meet expectations and obligations. But I have 3 questions. The first one is in regards to however you addressing the missed collections. And I do want to thank you for that extra direct email address. That will be very helpful. And secondly, I want to talk about the method for overflow. It seems to vary in each of the lower tier municipalities. Overflow, is that by carts, by bins, by bags, and some are being left and some are being picked up? And then finally, just a heads up, summer happens in Simcoe County too. And when that does happen, we get sometimes 3 times the residents in Simcoe County. We're still cottage country and tourist area. So what are your plans to prepare for the influx of recycling for the summer months? Thank you.
Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, so I'm not sure I caught the first question, but maybe I'll start on the overflow. So we haven't, there are no expected changes going forward for recycling services in Simcoe. So we ask that residents place all materials in the bin going forward. Set up information can be found, but I don't expect any changes are coming in terms of how we collect material in Simcoe. In terms of, summer influx, certainly we'll have those conversations with our collector. But we anticipate that there will be a plan in place and that we'll be able to address and absorb the additional volume.
Supplementary, go ahead, Council.
Thank you. So my first question was, do you have a plan in place when misses are happening, and how do you address those misses? And just to be clear on my second questions, it was about overflow. So if the blue bin is full, what do residents do with any additional material to be recycled that can't fit in the blue bin? How do you want them to put that out?
Go ahead, sir.
Maybe I'll start with the first question. So in terms of miscollections, our objective with miscollections is to ensure that they're addressed right away, either at the end of the day or within 1 business day. And I think outside things like weather delays, that's our expectation, and that's the standard we'd hold the contractor to. And we would get reports on a monthly basis in terms of their ability to meet that standard. In terms of overflow, overflow has been collected in the past, and overflow at this juncture will continue to be collected. Like I said, there will be no changes in terms of the collection of materials in Simcoe County.
Okay, so I saw a bunch of hands. I've got Miskimins, Evans, Smith, and Sondu. So if there's any others, please get your card up. Miskimins, go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Langdon. How are you ensuring that the contamination rate is reduced on all fronts when you're not responsible for garbage and green bins? Are you using an open data framework with counties and regions so that a full data set can be determined to ensure that there are not unintended consequences or skewed results?
Go ahead, sir.
So in terms of contamination, so we do regular auditing of the material we collect across the province. That information is used to determine our contamination rate in various jurisdictions. And then we would work both directly through our promotion education activities, communicating, educating residents on what can and can't go in the blue box. And then we'd also work with our contractors to ensure that any significant instances of contamination are addressed at the curb. But at this juncture, our primary strategy would be to focus on promotion education, especially now that we've added so many materials to the blue box, making sure residents know what can and can't be included in the blue box.
Supplementary.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, through you. So given that, with any change that happens, sometimes when people get frustrated enough, they use the system that works. And my concern is that pop cans and things like that will end up going into our landfills, our garbage collection, because they don't want to deal with the new collection system that's happening. So if we're not sharing data with the counties and regions, then we're not getting a true picture as to what the diversion rate actually is. In Simcoe County, we've had one of the best diversion rates in Ontario. And I think our worry is that we're going to see an influx of cross-contamination, people just getting frustrated with the new system and dumping it where they know it's going to get collected. And of course, that has unintended consequences for us as a county because we've got landfills that are end of life. So how are you sharing that data to make sure that, if it's reduced by 35%, which you said in your slides, how are you ensuring that that's a true set and that it's not just ending up somewhere else? Thank you.
Mr. Langdon.
Yeah, so maybe just to go back, the number we're talking about is the average contamination rate in the blue box. What we have in some instances is a contamination rate as high as 35%. What that means is 35% of the material being collected in the blue box system is actually not blue box material. And in many cases, materials such as organics and other materials that are actually creating challenges for us recycling that material. So our first objective is really to baseline what are we seeing, and we've been doing a lot of that work over the last few years in many jurisdictions, but baseline what we're seeing in terms of contamination, and then look to reduce that contamination. But when I talk about reducing contamination in the blue box, it is material that does not belong in the blue box. It is not blue box materials, and therefore it should not be included. In terms of blue box materials, the concern that you addressed, I certainly hear that concern, and I think our objective is to make sure that not only will there'll be what was previously collected, but that more material will be collected going forward, and more importantly, more material will be recycled. So, acknowledge that there's been some challenges over the first 2 months, but I think we're seeing lots of progress in terms of the number of calls, the number of miscollections going down, and going forward, we'll expect that to continue and get better as we go forward, and then from there we can look at how can we optimize the system, how can we reduce the amount of material or the contamination in that blue box and get it to a more reasonable level.
Okay, I've got Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Langdon. Thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate that. Just a couple of questions. First of all, I'll take a little tact. We represent the northern portion of our county that is very rural, and the number of complaints that I have personally heard is very minimal. Largely, I just want you to know that in our area, most people haven't noticed the difference. And I think that seamless transition is something that we were all looking for, and largely it has happened. So thank you very much for that. Two questions I have. First of all, the presentation was great. Can we get a copy of it? There was some really good information on there that I'd like to pass. And I think it provides an opportunity for you too. The online app, the reminder that we get every week about what week it is and what we can and can't, who is it, is very popular in our community. And getting people signed up for that, I think would be very beneficial, not just for us on the municipal side, but for you as well, to provide an avenue of information and a direct communication with the people that are using your service, so that they can, access that information about what can and can't be picked up. And as well, I think, I know we're going through every transition every change has a transition to it. But I was really intrigued by and maybe you could flush out in the future, not today, I know you're busy, but your long-term objectives. What are going to be the benefits long-term to the community, and what is the contamination rate? And I know you're sort of preaching to the choir here, but there are a lot of people that don't understand that. And I think it would be in your interest to provide an opportunity to educate the public more in terms of what are the benefits to this program, and how is it going to make our community better. So not something I know right now you're probably keeping your head above water, and that's great, and I applaud your efforts, but I would, any information, if we could get a copy of that presentation, of course, but utilizing, we all have communication people in our lower tier municipalities. I certainly can attest for Township of Tiny. They'll be very happy to disseminate any knowledge or information you have that's included in that presentation. But also, I'm sure you have communications people to reach out and contact ours to give you an opportunity to reach the public even better. Thank you very much.
So we do have a copy of the presentation. We'll make sure it's attached to the minutes. And anything you want to add, Mr. Langdon? And I see Brad, is it Muter from Entera has joined you as well.
Yeah.
Oh, he's off again.
So I appreciate the comments, and glad to hear that in your community was seamless transition. I think it's a great point about the app. Certainly encourages many people to sign up, both in terms of information about what you can and can't recycle, as well as helpful reminders on when your recycling day is. So appreciate that. And certainly in terms of contamination rate, love the opportunity to share at a future date what we're seeing in terms of contamination rate, but also maybe providing some more information of what constitutes contamination. When we talk about contamination, what are we seeing? What are the biggest drivers of contamination? Where do we think improvements can be made in terms of contamination? I think that would be useful both for this body, but for the public at large, for sure.
Okay, Councillor Brian Smith.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Langdon. Thank you for your presentation. And, you know, I say this often, there's two things we all hate: change in the way things are. And so it's understandable why there are probably more issues than what really are occurring that we hear about. But I can tell you from Wasaga Beach's standpoint, we had a real rough start here for the first week or two. But I can tell you that calls diminished very quickly. So clearly something changed within your organization. So we thank you for that. I think it's important for us to note, however, that Wasaga Beach, the longest freshwater beach in the world, the best place on earth, it does grow dramatically come summertime. We have a minimum of 10,000 seasonal residents, plus all the visitors that come to our hotels, motels, cottage courts, so on and so forth, and visiting family. And so I'm making you aware of this and Intera aware of this so as that they're prepared for that, you know, come the May long weekend and thereafter, so we don't have an issue as we go forward. I want you to make a note of that on both ends, and so as that we can be assured that we're not going to see issues down the road. I want to talk to you very briefly about the collections and how it's been. Although we had some growing pains, and it was corrected rather quickly, in my opinion, and I appreciate that. The one thing that I've noticed and I've received some calls on is that when they're being collected, the bins are being collected now, and I witnessed this myself, actually. I went out for a drive after I received a call. On Mosley Street, for example, is a main road going through our town. It seems like 85% of the bins that were collected that day were set down about 3 feet on the roadway, as opposed to back where they were received. And so basically, we've now got, you know, people driving considerably over the center line because there's a consistent row of blue bins down the road. So I'm assuming your trucks are similar to the county's trucks. It picks the bin up, it dumps it, and it puts it back where they got it. So this has not happened just once. This has happened a few times that I've received calls. And so I'd ask that you please look into that as well. Other than that, I'd say that the last thing I'd comment on is that it's important as we see that what is now recyclable compared to before, there's more items can be put in that bin. And I would highly suggest that you work with us here at the county to make sure that we are getting new stickers, if you will, out to each residence to apply to the blue bin on the lid or wherever. So it's in residents' faces every day as to what they can and cannot recycle today, because clearly there's considerably more. And the only question I have is when reading the report, I can see that in no case, every instance it says no alcohol bottles or cans. And I want to know why that is.
Okay, Mr. Langdon.
Maybe I'll start with the alcohol containers, and then if Brad is on, he can probably address the issue of the carts and their setup. So in terms of alcohol containers, they're not part of our program. So as many people might know, there's an Ontario Deposit Return Program that's responsible for the collection and management of those containers, and we would strongly encourage for residents to use that system. I understand that system might have its own challenges, so we do not stop picking up the material. So if alcohol containers are in the carts, we still pick up the material. We're just trying to communicate that it actually isn't the system that belongs in, and that people should be taking it back and getting their deposit for it. So it's a cost to our system to have to collect those containers. And our preference is that they get managed through the Ontario Deposit Return Program. But again, if the resident puts them in their cart, we'll still collect the cart. I don't know if Brad is on. Oh, Brad apparently can't get into the meeting, so maybe I'll just say two other things. So one, I texted with Brad, and he's confirmed that they do in fact have a plan in place for enhanced additional volumes in the summer, and they'll be able to address that. And I will take it up with Tara in terms of the drop of carts and the fact that they're being dropped off within the roadway and not on the side of the road, and try and make sure we can get that resolved as quickly as possible.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sandu, patiently waiting.
No problem. Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Langdon, thank you for your time and your presentation. I really appreciate it. We were a little late coming out of the first meeting, and you were patient. Your colleagues bailed out on us, but thank you for waiting, and thank you for your presentation. First impressions are everything. And I have to say that in at least speaking from Bradford West Glenbury, we had issues where we had to get your executive involved and get things resolved, because some of our residents were missed for the whole month of January. And when we got speaking with the team, and that section was not even on their list to pick up. So I'm glad and I'm happy to hear from you that this is about collaboration and we're working together, and we will work together. The meeting that we're having today, I wish we had this before and we had all those contacts that you shared with us today previously, so we didn't have frustrated residents. You know, as you know, the residents, when they call or they get on social media, everyone in this room is corrupt and we're doing this and that, and which is not fair. But I understand their frustration, because when they're putting stuff out, they expect it to be picked up. They're paying for it, and I'm hoping, and I think you're on the same page, that from this time forward, things are going to get better, and the issues will happen, but we need to make sure that they're dealt in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any response, Mr. Langdon?
Appreciate it. Appreciate there were challenges, and, I agree. I think ongoing collaboration and working together, and I think we all want to see the system continue to improve, and that's the objective.
Okay, next I have Councillor Cox.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm from the township of Severn, which is one of the northernmost townships, and we have a lot of seasonal residents with private roads, and we've already worked with the county because a lot of these roads have bears, and we've had big issues with them flipping bins and dragging, and they will do it with recycling. So I think you need to understand that they need a regular time pickup on the date they're supposed to, because we haven't had any complaints for a long, for 2 years on this. So I'm just giving you the heads up on these roads, and you could probably even get hold of our township to find out which roads they are, because the smaller truck has to go in. The other one I want to talk about is the bins in our area. It wasn't the fact they were on the road, they're just left laying down, and we had to get them moved. The other one is the communication. I'm glad to hear that you want to get that out there, and I know that Councillor Smith just talked about stickers, but the one thing that the county did years ago was did fridge magnets for everyone. I mean, I still have my original one. So, and people tend to do that, and we are also an area that has many pockets that have no internet or minimal internet service, so they have trouble getting on a lot of this information. Other than that, thank you very much. Things are getting better. And I will say, I would like you to tell your Tara company that there were drivers in our area that got out and helped the lady move things out. They've been very, very good. The drivers that we've had are very excellent. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Langdon. Any response?
Yeah, so, I'll take that up with them, Tara, both the, the seasonal residents and the bears, as well as the bins left laying down, and I'll also pass on the feedback. It's great to hear that they've been trying to provide excellent service and help residents out where they can, so appreciate that.
Okay, Councillor Anderson, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple questions and then just one item on operations. So just as well as on operations, I hear often that the lids of the containers are left open, and of course residents coming home and finding lots of rain and snow and things in their bin. So just an issue that we do see. Second of all, you speak about communications, but I haven't heard a strategy as yet. So what is the strategy? And then the third item is the communication with municipalities. All of our local tiers have strong communication ties to the community. And that has not seemed to be tapped yet by Circular Materials or Amterra. There's been no direct communication through to our communications teams as to service delays. And unless individuals know where they're need to go online to find that information, there is no direct resource that municipalities can provide. So it is helpful that that was in the slide deck today, but was not communicated prior. So 2 questions. Communications, what is the strategy moving forward? And 2, how would you address the communications through to municipalities so they can inform the residents as well?
Go ahead, Mr. Langdon.
Yeah, so great questions. In terms of the strategy going forward, we continue to have, work through a province-wide campaign that has many channels, including digital, TV, radio, depending on the community and where they are, but there is a province-wide communication rollout that's happening. I think in terms of individual communities, we're still looking at a range of different tactics and options. So someone mentioned stickers. That's something other consideration. We haven't looked at fridge magnets, but that's something we could consider, as well as just even direct mail, just providing additional information. So I think those things are still under consideration. We'll be rolling out some mixture of those later in the year. In terms of the impact or the connection with the smaller tier or the lower tier communities, I think that's something that'd be great to set up. I believe my team has been working with the region, but happy to work through the region to get connections to all the lower tier municipalities and making sure that there's robust communication channels between us and them as well. Taking your point that the lower tiers may be closer to some of these issues, and it may help that we're able to communicate and that they're in the loop as to, especially when things like service delays happen. I think that'd be helpful.
Okay, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you very much, Mr. Langdon, for your presentation. In ESSA, most of the things that we have the biggest difficulty was, and growing pains is always for everyone, but was the callbacks. So our callbacks from our residents, when they don't receive them, they land here at the county staff, and that means that they're taken away from what they're supposed to do because we're no longer in that business. And then if they don't phone here, they phone everyone that's in this room here today. And so that is the biggest thing, because the messages that I get back is, well, if they don't pick it up and they don't answer my call, then it will be in the garbage the next week. And then that becomes a bigger problem for the county. So I'm glad that you gave us the emails. And one of the things I have to say is, once we got the circular materials number, and the residents got that, we had much better. But I don't think that the best process is to always jump from your delivery to yourselves. And I think that if they can get that message and the calls are answered, we will have much better communications. And because the communication starts with the resident giving the complaint. And and if you're going to do the what can go in and what can't go in, and do the job that was so successful that the county did. Because it's a well-oiled wheel that we did here, and I think that if you put that out too, I think that'll be very helpful. But again, thank you for your service and the drivers. And we haven't had the calls that we had at the beginning, other than we had the same things with our the different containers that were actually left out, but it's because of our winter that even made it worse. So you got the 2 feet out, but they're out even further because they're coming, the snow is out further. So, but again, thank you very much for your service, and to those that are out picking up those and even in those bad weathers. So thank you.
So communication again, Mr. Langdon, if you can do more to get the word out on where people can call.
Yeah, and I take point, I think the callback line for Ontario has seen a huge decrease in volume. I think people are having an easier time getting through, but that's something that we continue to monitor and follow up with Ontario as required.
Okay, Councillor Corbell.
Thank you, Warden Clark, and through you to Mr. Langdon. Mr. Langdon, thank you for the presentation. Just a curiosity more than anything else, the county did invest in monitor and tracking equipment, where found it very useful for some residents who would phone and say, hey, you missed me, and they were able to immediately reply, hey, the truck came by at this time and unfortunately, your garbage or your organics or your recycling was not out there. Just curious to know whether Emterra has any kind of technology that would be similar to that you can monitor and track the trucks as they go about their daily routines, and whether or not that's something that, if isn't in place, is something that's being considered to basically quell resident complaints.
Yeah, they definitely have that technology, and so they would be able to determine if the resident had their card out on time, and that's one way they use to verify that there was in fact a miscollection. So if they go back, see that the card was there, then it's on them to go back and pick up that card as quickly as possible.
Okay, that's the last of county council. Really, Councillor Fallis, I know you had your hand up. You're not part of our waste management, but it's the same contractor. So go ahead, ask your question, sir.
Thanks very much. I'm quite honored to be able to ask, actually, because I know there's a lot of really residents as well that have dealt with many of the same concerns that members of Simcoe County have. And I'll certainly acknowledge that the complaints have gone down since the first few weeks, but I'm hoping that this means that some of these issues are permanently resolved. And I think I share the sentiment of many here in saying it was a stressful first couple of weeks, both as a councillor, but as an Aurelian. I heard a lot of complaints about delays without explanation, missed pickups, no responses when a resident reaches out, which included myself. And I really just wanted to stress to the representative that it is essential that Circular Materials and Emterra is communicating with the public on a regular basis, especially around delays and response times. The one question I guess I had, one councillor posed it there around communications, and I was glad to hear that asked. The second question was around recycling bins themselves. And I know just in talking with some residents that it's been difficult getting replacements. I believe in Aurelia, I believe Barrie as well. Could the individual from Circular Materials maybe provide a little bit more explanation around what's the process there? How can residents reach out to get that information and where to go? Thanks.
Mr. Langdon?
Yeah, so they should reach out to the contractor Emterra, and then Emterra will work with them to ensure that there's a bin replacement. If there's specific challenges, feel free to email us at councillor@circularmaterials.ca. But certainly, if people have a damaged bin or something's gone wrong with the bin, happy to the collection contractor is the one to work with them to get a replacement bin to them.
Okay, County Council, we had a garbage app, which was a great tool. And of course, now I still look at it. If it's not garbage day, I assume it's recycling day. Have you considered anything like that coming out with an app? And then you could even post on that app if you're running behind or late in an area, so that'll even save you some phone calls.
Yeah, it's definitely it's something we'd like to do, and definitely would be a way to ensure that residents have access to timely information for sure.
Okay, if I'm not seeing any more questions, and I'm not, thank you for the presentation, sir.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you. And with that, I will move on to Human Services Chair Measures.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Very interesting presentation and conversation there. So we'll move on, committee, to Human Services. We do have an item underneath emergency management. And I know we have the mutual assistance agreement between the County of Grey and the County of Simcoe, listed as CCW 2026-082. GM Sinclair is available, and I think Grant Dufresne is here as well. GM Sinclair, do you want to add anything to the commentary?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just that this is a good news story. This is another mutual assistance agreement for emergencies that we're bringing forward for council's approval. We currently have one with the District of Muskoka, the County of Dufferin, of course, for the cities of Barrie and Aurelia, and all 16 member municipalities. So we really appreciate these types of agreements in advance of emergencies. So for your consideration, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Grant, would you like to add anything as well to the commentary?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Nothing specific to add other than similar to GM Sinclair. This just represents another ability for us to work with municipal partners ahead of time to facilitate a quicker support during a large emergency or disaster.
Excellent. Thank you. Members of the House, do you have any questions to the report? No questions? Excellent. Councillor Rawson, perhaps Councillor Cabral, first mover and seconder. That'd be great. If there's nothing further, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. We're going to move to Human Services, other matters for consideration. We do have 2 items in here. So we have the Community Housing, Early Learning Childhood Care System, Management, Housing and Homelessness Services, Community Support and Wellbeing and Paramedic Services. So first is item 6.1, the meeting of the municipal representatives of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee from March the 3rd. I'm not sure if there's anybody has any questions on this. Mr. Would you like to speak to this? Please go right ahead there, General Manager.
Through you, Chair Measures. This is just a really quick flag and comment. At this committee, we discussed and presented to the committee our intent to apply for federal funding under the Build Canada Homes program, which has a very tight timeline. So we were presenting to the committee the intent and our actions to go to the Collingwood Council to get to make sure that our Collingwood development got approved, the permits got approved in order to qualify for the application for Build Canada. And we included a list of all the projects that we'd be applying for, qualifying projects. The timing of that is unusual. We would normally come to committee and council first and work through that process. However, because of the timing of the application and really us wanting to be at the front of the line for that application with the federal government, we tried to do the 2 steps at the same time. So I'm just sharing that it's in those minutes, but just flagging that with council because we will be coming with a report after the fact of the application and what we applied for. Thank you.
All right, that's good information. Good heads up. Are there any questions to the report? All right, seeing none, I'll ask the chair, Councillor Bell. And Councillor Prost, would you move and second that? Thank you very much. That the recommendations contained within the meeting of the municipal representatives of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee report dated March the 3rd, 2026 be approved. Nothing further. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. We have another item, item 6.2, Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. Additionally, this is also for March the 3rd. GM Fez Baguette, do you have anything you want to add to that too?
No, Chair Measures. Just a regular kind of a report and update on the Affordable Housing Committee as well on this one.
All right. Well, thank you very much to that committee for doing a great job. Let's go with Councillor Gordon and Councillor Snell as the mover and seconder, that the recommendation contained within the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee report dated March the 3rd, 2026 be approved. Any questions? All those in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if there's any other items for consideration. Nothing? Your Worship, I'd be happy to pass it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was a light agenda today on Human Services, even a lighter agenda on Corporate Services. The chair picked the perfect day to have to leave early. There's nothing on the agenda. Are there any other matters for consideration under Corporate Services? I'm not seeing any. I will now turn it over to Chair Evans to take us through the tax rates.
Get all the fun stuff. Thank you, Your Worship. Appreciate that. Yes, we'll kick it off with a few items today. Actually, before we get to tax rates, we're going to get to something more granular, consolidated fees and charges bylaw amendments. Are there any comments or questions on this? A regular item we do every year. We look at the charges, update them for current market conditions. Any comments, questions on this item right now? Seeing none, can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Rawson and Councillor Cabral, thank you very much. The motion is that item CCW 2026-054 dated March 10th, 2026 regarding consolidated fees and changes bylaw amendments be received and that necessary bylaw be presented to repeal and replace the fees and charges bylaw number 7127-25 as generally outlined in item CCW 2026-054. Any other questions, comments? All those in favor? Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. And now we can move on to taxation. We're very happy to have Peter Fries is here again this year. Welcome, Peter. And I'll pass it over to General Manager Wilcox for a brief introduction of Peter's presentation. General
Thank you.
Manager.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate that. We have Peter Fries, Principal of Fries Policy and Finance Incorporated here with us. Peter has over 25 years of experience advising Ontario municipalities and has done so to our municipality for that length of time. So Peter, welcome. Thank you.
Ready? Sorry, I said that. No, I'm not clicking the right. Oh, here we go. Okay, so there's sort of two presentations in one. The first part is on your regular standard tax policy that we go through every year, assessment and tax growth, your baseline tax landscape, what things are looking like in terms of setting tax ratios, those county responsibilities that occur every year. And part two, which is separate, and it goes with a separate staff report, is about the multi-residential property subclasses, the discounted subclasses. We have talked about them a couple times, but we're returning to that subject today. In terms of the first part, we are still in a assessment pause. We haven't had reassessments since the 2017 taxation year, so we're still taxing on those 2016 values, very out of date. No real change in sight that I would want to sort of wager on. Not sure what's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen this year, and it's really too late. I would be concerned if they try to do it for 27 based on the rollout runway. So we're still in a pause, but everything else continues, to go on. You're still growing, obviously. We see that physically, and that is reflected in the property tax base. During 2026, your tax growth did increase. It went up 1.63%. This is down from prior years. It is a little, you're trending off. We're seeing that province-wide. We know, we just have to read the paper to know we're not building as much. People aren't investing as much. We're in an economy that is not wildly building. You're still at 1.63% up in the, in terms of tax, 1.57 in terms of assessment. It's still healthy growth, but it's not some of those stratospheric growth figures that Simcoe has seen in some years. So what this means is that at the beginning of this year, you have an additional $3.6 million in county revenue before you raise taxes, have an increase. That money is supplied by new taxpayers, new buildings. And wherever there's county growth, you're sharing the base, there's also local growth. So there's local growth figures as well. That means your local base went up. And this varies obviously around the county. And it also varies by year. It changes quite a bit. Where people are building, things get built out a bit more and then they build somewhere else. But the important part is to remember about the growth is that's coming from new taxpayers or an existing taxpayer that built a new taxable piece of assessment. It takes us to the new year. Pretty simple. We don't have reassessment and we don't have any provincial changes. Last year, we did have a new class added, which added a tiny bit of complication. So my presentation was a few slides longer last year. It's a few slides shorter this year because the province didn't put anything in. Whatever we ended the year with, we're starting the year with. So if there was no change, for example, if there was no levy change, no policy changes, my taxes wouldn't change from year to year. Any change is going to be municipal discretion change. There's no systemic shifts going on this year. You do have to, even if you're not contemplating any major changes, you always have to set your tax policy, and this is your distributional tax policy, your tax rates, your subclass tax ratios, subclass discounts. This affects the balance of taxation. How much per assessment dollar are we weighting farm versus residential versus commercial?
again, your ratios are fairly flat in Simcoe County. We've talked in the past about the deliberate changes that were made in the mid sort of teens forward. There's no real adjustment that would be indicated here in terms of an overt risk or a real overt strategic move in terms of your tax ratios. But you will have to pass that bylaw. And so just a quick understanding of what they do. They take the share of assessment and they adjust it a bit. So we take farm, 5.13% of your assessment value. They're going to carry a smaller share of the tax. Commercial and industrial, a little bit higher. So that's what those ratios do. There's nothing on, again, no recommendations for changes this year. In terms of your revenue requirement, we looked at your notional levy. Anything on top of that, whether we're talking about the county levy as we are today or your local levies, this is how we measure levy increase. Your notional is last year's start plus the growth, that extra 3.6 million. And that's where we're going to measure from. Total requirement under this model, which is in line with the percentage and the deliberations you made within your budget process, is 3.5%. So although we're further away from that in terms of last year's starting point, last year's where you set tax rates and set your budget, the real effect of the levy change on any Simcoe County resident who is living in the same house they were living in last year or the year before will be 3.5%. So we want to be conscious of this, because if you look from, rate bylaw to rate bylaw, it might look like it's higher in terms of those requisitions or the total amount. But we always want to consider growth in there. So, and again, no policy change this year. And that would be the same at the local level. Your local distributions in terms of how much it's gone up since last year's levy bylaw will vary, but taxpayer by taxpayer, it's going to be 3.5% over year end universally across the county for every single property of every type. There's, unless you were to say change a ratio, then we could have a shift. So that's, as I said, try to be fairly brief on that. There's not a lot of news, but I'm not sure if you'd like me to pause and ask questions on that.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Fries, if we could, just to keep it, as you mentioned, we have two motions today to consider with one report. So why don't we take a break here? We're going to be looking at item 8.3, which is 2026 tax ratios and tax rates. And are there any comments or questions at this time? And then we'll move on to the multi-residential property tax subclass. So, Councillor Hamlin, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Could we just look at the last chart you had up there?
This one?
Yeah. So when we were considering our budget for this year, of course, we, understand the 3.5% levy. Can you explain the last column a little more detail?
Yes. So that last column is the total year over year change. So if you were to look at the requisition table in the county's taxation bylaw, you would see that from the 2025 start to the total 2026, if you were to compare the 2 years. And for, Agila, it's 7.98% difference.
So how I just wanted to understand it in the context of someone's property tax bill for 26. Like, are they seeing the 3.5 or are they seeing the 7.98?
They are seeing the 3.5.
Okay.
The difference comes from that second column, which is the growth.
Right.
And that's paid by what I call new taxpayers. Okay. Now, it may be I have a vacant lot and I build a building, but I'll call that a new taxpayer. Or I might have added a garage or something, that all that little bit of growth, that's where it comes from. So now at year end, those people that came in and maybe I paid, $1,000 on my vacant lot, but then at the end of the year, I paid $4,000 because I now have a house. My incremental change will be 3.5% as well. Everybody over wherever they landed at December 31st, which for the overwhelming majority is what their original bill looked like, they will be 3.5 more.
So when we go for the 20, sorry, I have all these questions. I just want more, sorry. Just as a follow-up. So when we start, when the county councilors start their 27 budget considerations, will they be starting, they'll be starting from the higher number then? Right?
Yes, through your chair. They will be starting from that total 2026 levy.
Yeah.
And as you start to, there may be injected into that, what are we expecting the 2026 growth to look like? And, if we're expecting another 1.5 in growth and then this levy increase. So there may be some discussion of that, but yeah, you start from the total. And that was actually, I know I rushed, and I apologize, Chair, I rushed through this. That's the purpose of this slide, is to clarify really that if you lived in your house, you owned your business, you didn't change it last year physically, then you're 3.5, and that could be misinterpreted. If we just take the two bylaws and compare them, I might say, oh, my taxes, I'm here, my taxes are going to go up 7.98. Not the case.
Thank you for explaining that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, great. Good. Councillor Fryer, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fries, for your presentation. It's always informative, and I have to express my frustration with the fact that we're staying at the 2016 levels for another term. It's completely out of our control. I totally understand that, and I agree with you that at the minimum it would be 2028. In Collingwood's case, being a situation where we have both an escarpment and shoreline property that I believe is a premium factor was added in 2016. It's very frustrating for our community that that change isn't going to happen sooner than later. On that basis, I was thinking about MPAC. I have to think that there's not as much work that's going on right now. Will they be in a situation where they're prepared to make the changes that when and if it does happen? Because I really think there needs to be an education of the public about the change, because it's going to be significant. And just wondered your thoughts on MPAC's preparation for when it does happen.
Just clarify that Mr. Fries is not speaking on behalf of MPAC, I would believe, but feel free, sir, if you can provide.
Through you, Chair. I agree with the chair. I can't speak on behalf of MPAC. I would hope that they're getting ready, but I also understand that they can't jump out ahead of any announcement. So they're probably in a similar spot that I'm in, is that they'd love to say lots of stuff, but I'm not speaking on their behalf. That's complete speculation. There is going to be a lot of education. You make a very good point. And we talk about this a lot. We've lost reassessment memory. And the public and staff and people that work with this, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough to educate, and there's going to be a lot of need for a lot of deliberate messaging.
I will, Chair, apologize to Mr. Fries. I wasn't trying to get you to project MPAC view, but the revenue neutral situation that it's going to be, the education part of it is so imperative, and I've tried to put that forward to the province in any opportunity I have, because I really think they need to be out in front of this instead of just making a change and expecting that there's not going to be a lot of.
And through you, Chair, my recommendation will be that municipalities you are the taxing authority, and you don't necessarily want to leave that to the assessment authority.
Unfortunately, the wave of change is getting bigger every year with inaction, and you're right. At some point, people are just out of the routine, right? They just don't anticipate anything like that. But it will take an education once we get direction. General Manager Wilcox, please.
If I could just jump in, Chair. Thank you very much. the question about MPAC is a good one. There was a very good presentation at AMO last year by Enid Slack, and MPAC was there as well, talking about this framework and how there is disproportion, there's unfairness that's being continued in this policy. So she stated a good case. And MPAC, in their defense, what they were talking about was how they're preparing for when this eventually happens. So they're doing lots of work, and we're getting the bill for it too, by the way. We are paying for MPAC fees. And so it's a tough situation for them as well. And they were there at AMO. I think the best thing, we can advocate again at AMO, and there'll probably be other presentations about that in August at the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Any further questions with regards to item 8.3, which is 2026 tax ratios and tax rates? Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Alternate Councillor Moore and Councillor Van Stafford. Thank you very much. Motion is that item CCW 2026-073 dated March 10th, 2026 regarding property tax ratios and tax rates be received, and that subject to deliberations in the affirmative, the 2026 tax ratios and tax rate reduction for 2026 as generally outlined in item CCW 2026-073 be approved, and that the necessary bylaw be presented to adopt the 2026 tax ratios and rates as generally outlined in item CCW 2026-073. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. The motion is carried. Mr. Fries, I'll go back to you, and we'll now talk about multi-residential property tax subclass. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have talked about these. Last year at this time, I introduced you to the new multi-residential municipal reduction subclass. And then in September, I came back after another provincial announcement and talked about the affordable rental housing subclasses. And these are subclasses of the multi-residential and new multi-residential property classes. So what are we talking about here? It's important to clarify before we get into them. We are talking about rental properties with 7 or more self-contained units on a single parcel or roll number. When we look at it, we mostly envision an apartment building, big or small. It can also be a townhouse complex. It could be certain land lease communities, and it could be something that appears to be single detached homes if there are more than 7 of them on one roll number under single ownership, and also vacant land, but we're not going to be too worried about that today because these subclasses deal with improved multi-res properties. So something with a building on it that has 7 or more self-contained units, and self-contained means you can live, sleep, cook and bathe. It's not a dormitory, and it's not some seniors residence as well. Some of those are out. So the multi-residential class has been one of the most sort of moved and talked about and strategic adjustments. The ratios for that class have come down province-wide dramatically over the past 10 or so years, including here in the county where, your ratio in 2016 was 154% of your res rate. That was brought down. You have the new multi-residential class that is basically applies to properties that were built or converted after 2017. So in other words, if I have a building that's 20 years old, it's going to be in the multi-res class. If I have a building that's 5 years old or I build it next year, it's going to be in the new multi-residential class. In Simcoe County, there's no difference. You treat them the same. You have in some jurisdictions, there are dramatic ratio differences. Some counties have a ratio of 2 for multi-res and 1 for new multi-res. So 1 is paying double on the municipal side. You guys are equal. So in many ways, we're going to talk about them as one group here. So what is the new multi-residential discount subclass? If you adopted this subclass, and somebody took, if you were to adopt it today, I know it's not council, but say in 2 weeks, you were to adopt the bylaw. And then I came in and I took out a building permit in Simcoe County for a multi-residential building after that bylaw was passed, I would qualify for this subclass as being, that's the trigger. So it's a building permit trigger. You opt in as a county, I take out a building permit, I qualify for this subclass. And if you adopt this subclass, you would apply a discount to it. So, and that may be anywhere from up to 35%. So you may give me 10% less than res, you may give me 15, 20, and so on. But I would qualify for that. And I would qualify for that subclass for 35 years. I'm in that class for 35 years. What the subclass? What would happen after that is I would actually flip out to multi-res, which in Simcoe County would just put me at the, at residential rate, assuming we still have this tax system in 35 years. If you put this in place today and in 5 years you felt there was a glut of multi-res buildings and you wanted to rescind that, you could, and that would keep me from getting another building in, but my existing would stay. So as long as the trigger is, if I take out a building permit for multi-res while your county bylaw is in play, I'm in that subclass for 35 years, okay? So you can take it away and not give it to the next person, which if you saw this as an incentive and a need, then you might say that need for an incentive is gone at some time. The affordable rental housing subclasses, they can work in the same way. We can make them so they are building permit triggered, so only future builds, or we could apply it to all property that meet the criteria. And the criteria here is different, whether you use that new construction trigger or not. The real criteria is whether the units are affordable. So do you meet affordable rents as prescribed by the province? The province has a schedule of rents and they are set out by area municipality. So they have a rent that is affordable for Bradford, West Gwillimbury for a bachelor, and affordable for a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom in Wasaga Beach, and so on. So the units would have to meet that criteria. They would also have to be compelled to be affordable units. I can't just offer great rents because I'm a great guy and avail myself of this subclass. I have to be required by law or agreement to provide that unit as affordable housing. I would say virtually all, or maybe not quite all, but almost all qualifying units within Simcoe County would mean there's an agreement with Simcoe County or Simcoe County Housing Corporation. That they are your partner providers, which you already have partner providers, and they would have to meet that two-tier test. It would also be likely Simcoe County Housing Corporation's own units, which are taxable because they have taxable tenants in them. The other difference between this, so there's the affordability threshold. This is sort of, tested on that. It's also on a unit by unit basis. So if I'm building a building with 25 units and I have an agreement to provide 5 of those into the county's affordable housing program and I meet my rent thresholds, those 5 units alone would potentially qualify and they would split the building between the full and the subclass. And that could happen with your county buildings as well. Your county buildings do have an array of rents. There's rent geared to income. There's, attainable rent. There's different rents. So it might not be the whole building. As you can see, we're starting to get a lot of complicated, sort of rules and tests here. So rather than going through all those nuances, the way I'm going to present this today is just 4 models and who would be like the type of building that would be captured. You obviously have the option not to adopt any of these subclasses. That would be the status quo. But there's, and there may be more options than this, but I think you get pretty fine-grained if you go beyond these. Option 1 would be apply a discount to all future multi-residential buildings, regardless of affordability. Just if I build a building next week and I charge affordable rents or I charge astronomical rents, I get a discount. The second one would be all future buildings. So nothing that exists today, but all future units that are affordable. So we want to, the theory behind that would be we want people to contribute units to affordable housing. We want that. Option 3 would be all affordable units existing and new, or existing and affordable units, everything, just sort of the full Monty. Anything that gets built or anything that's affordable gets a discount. And it really depends on, you know, so what's the first one does? It's a municipal discount, as I said, to everybody. Anybody that builds new would receive this. There's no relief for existing rental buildings, and there's no targeting based on affordability. So it's just, you know, and the redistribution in terms of the tax impacts, it would be virtually invisible because they would come online. It's not like when we dropped your industrial ratio when there was a tax shift off of industrial onto everybody else because we were reducing that share. They'd pay marginally less, which means everybody else is paying marginally low, but it's a slow burn. It's not a shift. There's not a, you know, no implication. If you did this one, you could, just to clarify, you could set a ratio. You know, if you adopt this and said, we want this and we want a 20% discount, then you could adopt that for 2026 taxation. It is unlikely that anybody will be taxed under this subclass in 2026. If they are, it's maybe for a couple weeks because think about it, I'd have to take out a building permit in April and I'd have to build and get the building occupied. That's a pretty short runway for a 7-unit plus, but it's conceivable. Generally, you're probably going to see 2027 taxation, but you could include this discount in your 2026 tax policy. But nobody would be taxed at it, certainly at your starting point. The second one is, again, all, you know, affordable, new affordable. So if the county built a building and half of it was affordable units, then half of it would fall into the club subclass and get that discount, whatever you set it up to 35%. This one's a little different. You cannot set a discount rate for 2026. You would have to wait till 2027. Again, this would be future builds, so it wouldn't make a difference, I don't think, unless the county is going to, you know, throw up an affordable complex in the next few months. But again, this would be, you know, incremental redistribution over time, and it ties the benefits to affordability. So it's not just that I build, it's that I build affordable. And it doesn't have to be all affordable. It could be a portion affordable. If, while we're on the affordable, you know, you could make this available to all affordable, existing and new. Last summer, we did a study that suggested it was a bit rough justice because we weren't pulling rent rolls and income statements and stuff like that from buildings. But if we took all the county's buildings that are within the county's jurisdiction and took all your housing partners' buildings, for the existing potentially affordable units, it's a really small redistribution. We're looking at 0.07%, which would be 70-cent redistribution. That again would be for January 1st, 2027. The affordable housing subclasses, if you wanted them for 26, you had to take them by September 2025, which was a bit of a rush. Not a whole lot did. But again, this is differential treatment based on affordability. And 4 is, you know, we want this to be extended to all affordable and the new builds. So anybody build anything. This would be, again, sort of that full Monty model where you're giving it to the new builds regardless of affordability, but you're equalizing affordable with those new builds. So you don't have a a new build market rent, paying less tax than a existing or a new build affordable rent. What that doesn't do is there's no relief for existing market properties. So if I've had a building in Collingwood for 15, 20 years, the new one's going to come on, they're going to pay a bit less, depending on what you put that are. And then it's basically you're incenting new multi-res rental, but also giving that same treatment to existing affordable. Just sort of at a glance, what we're doing here in terms of the organization of it. You can do an opt-in bylaw under the Assessment Act if you want to adopt any of these. You can consider the discount structure, and it wouldn't be done within. And I think actually we have a bit of a version problem with this slide because I'm not. We made this clarification on here, but I don't see it. So you pass one bylaw to opt into the subclasses. You don't set your discounts there; they're set separately. But you can set a 26 discount for the new construction, the market one. You can't set the discounts for the affordable housing until 27. That's not open to you. So just a correction on this slide here, and I apologize for that. I think we had a slide version issue, but they don't have to be the same. So theoretically, you could say 35 for affordable and 25 for, and there's no conversation with staff. There's no right number there. It's just a matter of, what your preference is. So those are your options. Basically, your choice is: do you want to give it to new builds as do you want to give it to affordable, or do you want to give it to new builds and affordable, or wait and see?
Thank you, Mr. Fries. We'll kick off questions, comments. Warden, please.
On option 4, then, if somebody, say, came in for a building permit and we decide to go with that option, they come in today, as long as they didn't have their final inspection prior to 2027, they would apply, would they not?
So if it was a market build under the new construction, yes, as long as you pass that bylaw today and they took out the permit tomorrow, yeah, then you're good.
You're good.
And you're totally good for 26. If they could build it in a week, they'd actually get the treatment in 26.
Right. No, got you. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. We'll start with Councillor Snell, then Councillor Fryer, then Councillor Cabral.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. A couple of concerns. For myself, I think after reading the report and hearing your presentation, thank you. You explained things so well in terms of really breaking it down. I wouldn't be in support of status quo. I don't think that municipalities, it's first of all, I think it would be unfair. You would have two buildings on the same corner, potentially at two completely different tax rates. And also too, that obviously those tax savings get passed on to the ratepayers that are already feeling immense pressures already based on the decisions that we are having to make in investing in our communities. A question I have is, why is the discount being applied for 35 years? If the intention is to activate building quickly to get units on market, why would we discount for 35 years knowing that we have no crystal ball? We know that there's so much pressures, where there's competing priorities at our municipalities. So if I could ask that question. Also too, around the building permits, to the warden's point, that's something that all of our municipalities would have to look at so that there's no loophole within the system where somebody could activate a building permit, but maybe put one shovel in the ground to sort of technically get started and then keep that building permit open for 5 years in order to qualify for the discounts when there's no units on market for availability, and we're now locked into whatever term of that tax discount. And then my question is, as well, the second question, sorry, option 2, 3, and 4 are applied to affordable units. How do we ensure that they're affordable? How do we track that? Like, I understand about the provincial piece, but tracking it if it's going to the affordable, our housing corporation, question to you and to Mina as well. Do you feel that your team has capacity to take that big piece on to ensure that those needs are being met? If I could ask, please.
Through you, Fries, you've got a few questions there.
I'm going to deal with the last one first. That is MPAC's responsibility. Actually, it is not a local or a municipal responsibility. They have to assure themselves. They have to request the data, and they have the legal. They can compel the taxpayer if they want to be in that class to give rent rolls and agreements potentially with the county. The county wouldn't give that agreement. The taxpayer would have to. And so they would have to document that. I think it is a class where there may be a little more municipal work is to keep an eye on them because you do have a unique view of the affordable stock. So if you see a building come on there, say, oh, I don't know that we have an agreement with them, then you might challenge that. Like you would if somebody put on a factory, a commercial, you might go back to MPAC and say, I think you got this one wrong. So there shouldn't be too much administration, although you have a better view on these properties than say what I'm doing in my restaurant, right? In terms of the 35 years, I can speak to that. Back in 2001, when the new multi-res class was first established, they made it 20 and quickly changed it to 35. And the reasoning was that if I'm going to build a building that could be potentially $100 million, and I'm doing it in part because of this preferential tax treatment, that is the period over which I'm going to capitalize a significant multi-res build. And so I need assurances that that tax treatment isn't basically a bait and switch, right? So I'm going to go out, I'm going to borrow money, I'm going to build this building, and I know that I'm locked into a preferential tax treatment for 35 years because that was one of my building decisions or locating decisions. So that's why it is 35 years, because at the time, that was the standard capitalization period. In other words, what I would borrow the money over for a multi-res building. So I don't want to build it and then find out I can't. And context there, multi-res taxes were the highest ratio province-wide back then. So I might have been going from 275 to 1, which could be a big difference on a big building in, say, the city of Toronto or something.
Okay.
That's why.
Councillor Snell, I think you had one other question there if you want to. I can't actually remember. Maybe you're all good? Okay, great, perfect. Councillor Fryer, please. Oh, one word.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm supportive of the recommendation for option 4. I like the fact that their 2025 attempt was much better at getting into a targeted area instead of an untargeted area like the 24 ratio that they were putting out there, or subclass that they were putting out there. I wanted to ask a question first, and I'll ask the question. I do have a couple other questions and comment, but you mentioned about the situation where there might be a large 25-unit building, and you said 5 units could qualify when multi-res is 6 or like greater than 6. So can you just clarify on that that is a case where individual...
So the building must qualify as multi-res. So the complex itself must be 7 or more units. So if I have a 25-unit building that's clearly squarely in multi-res classification, this is a subclass. So if 5 units were affordable, it could fall into the subclass. It's kind of like our subclasses of excess land. It's in commercial, but there's excess land over here that I haven't built on yet. That's in that subclass. So it wouldn't have to qualify on its own.
Councillor?
That's great, Chair, to getting that clarification. As I said, I'm torn about it because of the efforts that Simcoe County's already gone into in moving from, as you identified, 1.54 to 1 in 2017, and then getting down to the 1-to-1 situation. But there's so few tools available to municipalities in regards to dealing with the affordable housing situation. And I'm thankful that there's that ability that we could introduce it for a short period of time. If it turned out to create a situation that we were thinking of. You mentioned that within 5 years, if you decided to, you could reverse back to the 1-to-1 and remove the discount. Am I correct on that?
You could, no new captures. In other words, if you built year 6, you built a building and the county repealed the bylaw after year 5, that new building wouldn't come in, but the old ones would stay. There is not specific constraints about what you would do with that discount, but I think there's some gray area there. And I think the intent is that you would give some discount to those properties that were captured in that 5-year period where you had the bylaw in place.
So the other follow-up was about the expected impact. And you specified about the fact that Simcoe County Housing Corporation will have a net benefit. It's explained in the report that it's $200,000. In the previous report in 2025, it talked about 2/3 of the tax shift would be Simcoe County Housing or affiliated non-profits. So I'm through either you, Mr. Freeze, or to the treasurer, just verifying that is it still 2/3 of whatever the impact is, because it's an estimate and I understand that. Is expected to benefit Simcoe County Housing and the non-affiliated?
General Manager?
Or affiliated, I guess. Affiliated nonprofit, is that?
And Mr. Fries?
Through your chair. Yeah, the analysis that was done last summer indicated that of the shift, I believe 2/3 of it would go directly to those Simcoe County Housing. I don't have the study in front of me and it's 100 pages long, but it's 2/3 of it would go to the Simcoe County owned housing. And then the other would go to the housing partners, which in some cases you may be actually supplementing. It's an indirect route, but the county's housing budget would benefit under an affordable model if you did either 3 or 4. So option 3 is all affordable units. Model 4 was bringing back in future market as well. So.
And just finally, if I may, Chair, and that's why I favor option 4, because it's all encompassing. It'll involve the ones that have already happened, anything new going through, and it'll have that affordability criteria in place.
Through you, Chair, not just to clarify on that, number 4 will give it to indiscriminately to all buildings on a future builds.
On the future builds.
On the future builds. Okay. And I'll just give you an example of Simcoe County Housing. Let's say you built a new 100-unit building. The entire building would be at whatever the discount was. And then the affordable units within that met that extra criteria would be, if you had a different discount, then they would technically fall into a different subclass. But otherwise, it would be the entire building.
You're good, Councillor? Okay, great. General Manager, do you have anything you want to add there? No? Okay. Just want to make sure. Okay, Councillor Cabral, please.
I just wanted to add that through the chair, we call that other piece nonprofit housing. That's the piece that would be the 1/3. So there'd be our own housing plus our nonprofit providers would benefit from that as well. Yeah, and thank you.
Thank you, General Manager.
Through you, Chair.
General Manager, Faiz Begum?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair. And really, we are currently, for that sector, that 1/3, we're funding the cost of their property taxes. So there's that factor as well that would probably be like a advantageous to the way we can then reinvest that into their capital and state of repair and continuing their affordability.
Thank you, General Manager. Appreciate that. Councillor Cabral.
Thank you, Chair. I know our council actually looked at this some time ago, and I think we actually referred a letter of support to the county so that they would examine the subclasses. There are other municipalities that have been involved for a number of years. In our particular case, it was a bit of a unique presentation where one of our developers is looking at creating neighborhood blocks with semi-detached units, 6 of them to each block. Now, these will be professionally managed. Each unit will have, it's a semi, but it's actually, if you think about it, a fourplex, because there's two sides, but each floor on each side would accommodate a family or seniors. And our council was very interested in the aspect because what it tended to do was it kind of gives folks an opportunity to live in a neighborhood. Seniors can live in a neighborhood, and young families can live in a neighborhood with neighborhood parks, all that kind of stuff, and have the privacy and also have access to a backyard and a little bit of play area. Far different from the apartment style or condominium style residence. And these were trying to work it so that they were affordable to the point where folks could manage to rent and also be in a position to possibly save, at some point in time, buy their own place. So that was the reason why we had to, kind of seek county's position on it, because the lower tier municipalities are not in a position to implement this on their own. It has to come through the county. So I'm very supportive of staff's recommendation for option number 4. I think the ability for county to step in 5 years down the road if they find that there's a sufficient supply to be able to turn off the tap by preventing anybody else from jumping on board. But I really think that this does provide a unique opportunity not only for the county, but also for the municipalities who have, developers or developments that are coming online that are trying to address the case of affordability. And I think it aligns itself absolutely 100% with our current provincial priorities on building affordable housing. So 100% in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cabral. Moving on to Councillor Anderson, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm not supportive of option 4. I think option 3 is, in my opinion, the way to go. And the reasons I'm looking at this is particularly residential is residential, whether you're multi-residential or whether you're single residential. I believe everyone should be in the same situation. If the goal is to try to make things affordable for individuals, and certainly with the County of Simcoe for affordability for housing, then I think the goal is option 3. I think that leads us into the first step in the process, and then council could consider later on in the future whether or not that would be the next step into the multi-residential. But I think for taxpayers of Simcoe County, as much as it's not that much of an adjustment to the rates, I think if you're a resident in this county, you should be paying residential taxes at the same rate as anyone would if you were in multi-residential or residential. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe General Manager Wilcox has a comment.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to speak to the intent a little bit more about staff's recommendation for option 4. This helps address the rental market specifically, and there has been virtually zero rental development in the last decade within the county. So with the building crisis that we have, the housing crisis, the need for rental is higher than ever, and this was one mechanism that we could use to help address that with the ability to turn it off when we wanted to. So that was the intent of the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Moving on. Warden, please.
Thank you. I will wholeheartedly support option 4. We have a huge rental issue now, today. And we also have a housing issue, but that's an affordability issue. The math just doesn't work. You cannot build, well, you take the average, and this is Canadian-wide. It's not just Simcoe County. You take the average salary, the price of fuel, the price of groceries, and the cost of borrowing today with the high interest rates. New houses are not moving, therefore they're not getting built. But all those folks that are looking for a new house need a place to live. And unless they're going to stay in mom and dad's place, and in many cases, I have seniors that would gladly sell their house if they could rent somewhere, anywhere, at any cost, because they don't want to cut the lawn anymore. They don't want to blow snow anymore. They just want to capitalize on their asset, and there's just nowhere for them to go. I know numerous people now that if they lose the apartment they're in, there's nowhere to go. And so they're just hoping the building never sells, because if they get moved out, there's nowhere to go. So I think this solves the issue for today, and it also, well, the best we can do to get this built today, and we can look at it again in 5 years. If all of a sudden there's lots of rental units, then you relook at it and you get rid of that. We're trying to stimulate a market that we desperately need right now because we know the new houses aren't going to move and they're not going to get built. So we have to solve the today problem, which is rental units, and I'm heavily in support of option 4.
Thank you, Warden. Moving on, I have Councillor Hamlin, then Councillor McCollum. Councillor Hamlin, please.
Yes, thank you,
Councillor-
Chair. I feel like the question is somewhat like the wardens phrased it. Do we need to give incentives for the building of multi-res now? Or should we just be incentivizing the affordable housing? And I have been of the mind that the federal government in particular is meeting with the builders of apartment buildings to come up with funding and maybe go back to the MERB situation where there's tax advantages so that they can build with and they'll get a good return, because there is a lot of interest I see in the private sector to build apartment buildings, but the numbers haven't worked for them. And my thought has been, from what I can see, is the federal government's trying to address that. But we haven't seen a lot of movement on that yet. So question, when will that come? Is that the difference that's needed? On the affordable housing front, and so do we have to put any further burden on our residential tax base to give further incentive to build residential, or will the upper levels take care of that? Because what I look at with the affordable housing is that we really need to wave incentives around. Yes, they're building multi-res, but they're also being, setting a much lower rent. So in our community, for example, we've got some incentives if you put it in a backyard or a basement unit, and it gets layered on with the county incentives. And there's quite an incentive program. And there's other things that we're looking at that our council has adopted recently that will come forward in 26. So if we can waive a significant property tax advantage as another layer of incentive to affordable housing, maybe that's, more useful. So I don't know if anyone can speak to my question, which is, do we need to pick up this burden on just the multi-res sector right now, or will this be, are we expecting it to be solved in some fashion anyway?
Thank you, Councillor Hamlin. And staff or Mr. Fries, any comments on that? General Manager, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I can start, and I don't know if General Manager Fayez-Beguet would like to jump in on the affordability component. This really addresses rental-specific housing. So there has not been any development in the county for rental other than affordable housing, really, that the county has provided. Some of our partners, our nonprofit partners, have done some expansions, but there really has not been pure multi-residential for rental. This would help to incentivize that. It's the only big lever that we've got, really, to help that. The government right now, the federal government, the programs that we are looking at, the Canada Builds program, more of incentive around affordability, affordable housing. It does not address rental development at all. I know they were looking at models for builds that are construction type incentives, but that's hasn't come out yet. Maybe Mina can speak further to that.
Thank you, General Manager. General Manager Fayez-Beguet, anything to add?
Well, we're just one point
Councillor
that I
Hamlin,
just want to say, there's been no rental built across the country. It's not just the Simcoe County. And that's why I think we're going to see something. But anyway, I just wanted to add that. Go ahead. Sorry.
Great. Thank you.
Through you, Chair Evans. I think if you take a look at the the 10-year affordable housing and homelessness prevention strategy, we write about this continuum of housing. And what we want to do that's different, that we haven't done before, and historically even in the whole sector, is what we don't want to do is, we want to create alternative options for people to progress through that continuum. So if we focus just on affordable, which we have been, what we're finding is that people get trapped without additional options to exit the affordability and enter into rental units or market units. We've included, and you've seen this obviously, our mixed income models to try to do that within a building, but we haven't done it across the whole county throughout like a community-based strategy where we have this larger continuum. It's why we aligned our 10-year strategy along with General Manager Elliott's strategy on the affordability components beyond the deep subsidy affordability. So those two housing strategies capture the whole continuum. So for us, I think it is critical to have both incentivized through the next 10 years in order that the work that we do doesn't just result in a lot more people living in one community for the rest of their lives, rather than having an opportunity to matriculate to the other types of housing that should be available to them.
Super. Thank you very much, GM. We have three more speakers, McClellan, Gordon, and Bell. And I would, follow up, Councillor Hammond?
I'll just say, based on, once all the discussions are complete, I would like to consider putting an amendment that would require a sunset clause, 5 years, if the mood is towards option 4.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's finish off if we could. If we could, not often we talk more about tax and garbage, Mr. Fries. So you've great presentation. Councillor McClellan, please.
Thank you, Chair Evans. I absolutely support option 4, coming from a municipality where we are, in my opinion, severely lacking in affordable housing and multi-unit residential. Something I often hear from residents is that their parents wanted to downsize, but they had to move out of town. Their kids wanted to move out, but they had to move out of town, both of which I've experienced. And I think this adds to the incentive. I've had developers ask before, what are the incentives? How can we make this work? So I think this is a very important initiative that I absolutely support option 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. Through you. To folks that are following along and watching, I mean, I want to give some sense of hope here too. Like, I'm sure my peer municipalities are experiencing this, but I've got several big developments that are working through the planning stages right now, rezoning, one subject to a MZO that I hope is going to be endorsed shortly. And part of that, talking with the developers, along with their mixed use, multi-residential, well, they've got multi-residential rentals baked right into this. Of course, there's some tax advantages to them, but it's also at our urging that this is a desperate need in our community. And I know it's everywhere in Simcoe County and beyond. And they're, a lot of them have pivoted because of financial pressures to CMHC funding sources. And so developments that had started off as being, more luxury type townhouses are now being, those new blocks that they're asking for us to give them permits for are switching to rental format through CMHC funding. So I think the landscape is changing, and developers with on-the-go projects, not just aspirational, but things they're actually, actively working on, they're seeing that need. And, there's no promise that these are going to be affordable rents. They're not, they'll lose their shirts at this point. But the fact that they're building rentals and that they found alternative funding and that there are incentives, and they're going to see, the municipalities bending over backwards to make those plans happen, even in the face of headwinds of all the NIMBY arguments that we get at every one of our planning meetings to approve these. It's great to see that the county will be endorsing this too. So I do support this. If there need to be a sunset clause to get this through today, I'd be supportive of that too. But I think we really need to take every opportunity to incentivize this and let development know that, Simcoe County perspective, we're in business. We're open for business. We're desperate for not only affordable housing, but housing in general. And if it can be rental, which is people's first unrealistic path to home ownership, which could be decades away for them at this point, I think we need to clear every pebble from the path we can. So I just wanted to give some folks hope that there is rental stuff being approved in Simcoe County. Shovels aren't in the ground yet, but in my little world, you know, if we can get through some of the hurdles we're working on with planning with one of our developments, shovels will be in the ground in 2026 with occupancy as early as the end of the year. With more stuff coming, pending MZOs and some other land use planning things that come before us in the next month or two. So I'm sure this is happening to my peers all over the place. And so there is hope on the horizon. And this is just another tool that we're looking at adding to the toolbox. So I definitely support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And our last speaker at this point, Councillor Bell, and then I'd like to get a mover and a seconder and discuss the actual motion and move forward on that. So Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Chair Evans. I think we all feel that we need to do something to get this going. I'm not really sure, I'm not opposed to option 4, but I'm not understanding if we discount existing units, what the benefit to that is. I mean, they're already existing. If we want to actually create building and we want to expand on that, we should be looking at future developments, not current ones that are already developed. I'm not sure where that tax savings is going to go when the rates have been set, the building's been built, everything's done. So I'm not understanding why we go down that path, but I do believe that we need to look at this as an opportunity to start moving forward with multi-res, especially affordable housing. Being the chair, I think it's really important. But before we actually make a sunset clause and decide on something today, I need to understand the impact on existing units, how much that affects current tax levies that we're receiving from there. I have to understand that before I'm willing to vote on something today.
Hey, thank you very much, Councillor Bell. Councillor Snell, just give me a second. I just want to, I know we've had a fulsome discussion here. I would like to get a mover and a seconder and just state the motion, just so I know there's some talk of some amendments, so make sure that we're all on the same page moving forward. So can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Fryer, seconded by Councillor Cabral. Appreciate that. And then just for your information, the motion is that item CCW 2026-075, dated March 10th, 2026, regarding multi-residential property tax subclass be received, and that option 4 to adopt the multi-residential property tax subclass for all existing affordable units and all future multi-residential buildings as generally outlined in item CCW 2026-075 be approved, and that the necessary bylaw be presented to adopt the multi-residential property tax subclass. So I'll start with Councillor Hamlin, then we'll go to Councillor Snell. Councillor Hamlin?
You know what? I've decided I'm not going to put that motion forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that. Councillor Snell?
Thank you through the chair. I appreciate the second opportunity. I think something that we really need to consider is that if we're talking about future multifamily, they are not rent controlled. Post-2019 builds are not rent controlled. So there is no guarantee that this is going to be passed on to the occupants, but rather a better ROI for the investor. So big one there, and it's coming out of our pockets and our taxpayers' pockets. I could definitely support option 4 with an amendment to existing affordable units and all future affordable buildings. Give the discount where the discount deserves to making it affordable rather than profitable for investors.
Moving the motion. Moving the motion, Councillor. There's a seconder. Councillor Fowler. Mr. Clerk, do you have that? Make sure you've got it clarified.
Sorry, excuse me, Chair. I see now that it is technically option 3 that I'm putting forward. Apply it only to affordable units.
Sorry, I had you down, Councillor.
Existing in future. Sorry for the confusion.
We're discussing option 4 at this point.
Yes.
Gordon?
I just wanted to clarify, I did hear a question earlier from Councillor Bell, and it's for existing affordable units, not for existing rental units, only the existing affordable units, and that kind of helps us with our own backlog. But Trevor, if you wanted to explain why the existing affordable units, as well as all new affordable and new multi-residential.
Yep. General Manager Wilcox?
Thank you, Chair. The impact is outlined in the bottom of the report and the financial resource implications. It's a very small impact based upon what's existing. So we don't know what's going to be built, but what gets built is going to be new. So the new taxation will be a little less than what we would have got. That's fair to say. The existing taxation impact is pretty minor. As Peter outlined, I think it's $7 on per $1,000.
Through your chair, 70 cents on $1,000 of county tax.
70 cents per $1,000 of tax. So it's 0.07% impact to existing taxpayers. So there's no large redistribution of tax that will impact our existing taxpayers. The thought for having past builds as well as new builds for the affordable component is that there would be an inequity that we would be proposing. So all the new affordable builds would then have a lower tax rate than the existing affordable, and we want to maintain as many existing affordable as possible. We're having challenges with some of those that are coming off of the federal program. So this would help in that respect, and that's why I think Mina's team advocates for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Snell, follow-up?
Thank you for the indulgence, Chair. But how do we address the fact that post-2019 builds have zero rent control? And we're seeing this in Wasaga Beach, right? So, and you're seeing it in your communities as well. So they built a bunch of townhouses. They weren't renting, they weren't filling up. So they dropped them down to $2,200 a month plus utilities. Family gets settled, kids start school. Next year comes, the lease is due. Sorry, renter, I have to increase it $800. My taxes have gone up, whatever it is. And the family is forced to then decide, do they vacate and try to start over, or do they have to somehow find the money? That is what post-2019 will do. So I don't understand why we would give any discounts to that. We need rentals, but they need to be affordable, not beneficial to the investors so heavily.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fryer, I believe you had a question.
Just to speak in support again of from the standpoint of we are talking intensification, and that's part of our strategy in our 10-year plan. And I see the benefit to not only from a tax standpoint, but intensification is going to help us on the transit side and many other ways. So I support the initiation of this subclass and the option being number 4. I think it's going to be future council that maybe decides some things about sunset, and I'd be prepared to look at a discount, maybe not the whole 35, but a portion of discount at this stage that can be phased in over time or phased out over time, but by a future council who sees some of the impact and can make their adjustments at that time.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further discussion on the amendment to change from option 4 to option 3? We'll start with General Manager Wilcox and then go to Councillor Cabral.
Thank you very much, Chair. Councillor Snell, I understand your concern regarding the rents. It's really a capacity issue. The number of rental units that are available have not been growing, so therefore the demand for those are high, which drives the price up. This will help address that if we can encourage more builds. That's the thought. It is market, agreed, and it's going to be based upon what the renter can get for those for those rents. But the more that is on the market, the more competition there is. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor Cabral.
Thank you, Chair. And just thinking back to Warden Clark's comment earlier on that, I really hadn't thought about given our particular situation in Springwater, but the reality was that you talked about rental units, and I'm hearing from staff there haven't really been any increase in rental units per se. And while I understand Councillor Snell's comments and position, I can certainly appreciate that. I don't think Airbnbs have helped the situation in any way, shape, or form either, because they also impact the rental economy. However, I think that the piece for me would be rent controls weren't always in existence. They could certainly come back. The second piece for me is if more multi-residential units are built and this incentivizes that building, the supply and demand piece comes back into play where you have more available units, and if the developers want people in those units, they will have to be competitive with other developments in the area. I guess a case in point might be if you wanted to rent space down in Toronto, commercial space anyway, office space. There's a lot of empty space down there right now, and some of the developers were lowering, if not giving it away almost, because after the pandemic, a lot of it was empty. So I'm still in favor of option number 4. The affordability piece is very important to me. However, I think the availability piece for people to have a good selection of places to live in, especially those who can't afford to buy a house, that is very important too. So I'd still feel strongly about option 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Cabral. I'd like to move forward with the vote on the amended motion of moving from option 4 to option 3 on the previous stated motion that 2006-075. All those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? The amendment is thereby declined. Okay, moving back to the original motion of option 4 to adopt the multi-residential property subclass for all existing affordable units and all future multi-residential buildings as generally outlined in item CCW 2026-075. Any further discussion on this? I shouldn't see any, I don't think. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Appreciate all the discussion. Mr. Fries, great presentation, and thank you for coming in today. I know it's been a long, you were here early, and I appreciate you coming and staying all day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Warden.
Okay, we'll move on to item 8.4, which is CCW 2026-074, which is the physical manifestation of what we just talked about. And this in turn is financing approval from the Ministry of Infrastructure, fairly routine argument motion. General Manager Wilcox, is there anything you'd like to? Sorry. Councilor
I'm
Cox?
sorry, I would just going to ask if this presentation can be sent to us.
Mr. Fries' presentation?
Yes.
I believe it will be, yes, of course, yeah.
In the minutes.
In the minutes, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, for sure. Okay, good. General Manager Wilcox, anything to say on MOI infrastructure?
I think you've covered it, Chair. This is what we've done where there are other build. This is for the specific Rose Street development. Thank you.
Perfect. Any comments, questions on this? Can I move her in a seconder, please? Councillor Brian Smith and Councillor Groinlaw, thank you very much. The motion is that item CCW 2026-074 dated March 10th, 2026 regarding the 20 Rose Street Berry Development Boring Bylaw be received and that the necessary bylaw be presented to County Council attached in draft as Schedule 1 to this item to authorize the Warden and County Clerk to enter into an application to the Ontario Infrastructure and Lands Corporation, also known as OILC, for temporary and long-term boring for certain capital works of the corporation of the County of Simcoe pursuant to a capital line facility in accordance with the financing application with OILC attached as Schedule 2 to item CCW 2026-074. Any further comments? All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. The motion is carried. Any other matters for consideration with performance management? Seeing none, I'll pass it back to you, Warden. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's no closed session at this point, so I'll look for a mover and a seconder that the March 10th, 2026 Committee of the Whole be adjourned at 12:37. Moved by Councillor McDonald, second by Councillor Bell. All in favor? That is carried. Economic Development, what time, Mr. Chair, would you like to get going? Roll right into it. I have to do an interview. I'll send my regrets because then I have a meeting at 1 right afterwards. So thank
Good afternoon, everybody. I am calling the Economic Development Subcommittee to order today at 12:44 p.m. We'll start with the approval of the agenda and move in a second to Councillor Rawson, Councillor Cox. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. As far as I understand, we do not have any disclosures of pecuniary interest. We have no presentations or delegations. We have basically we have the matters of consideration. So I'll jump right into 7.1 EDS 2026-056 Economic Development Strategy Update. If everyone's read it and they have any questions, now would be the time to ask. Anything they wish to add, address, express, perhaps? Okay, then that seems like a good thing. I will take a mover in a second to accept it as information. Councillor Rawson and Councillor Hamlin, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. On to item 7.2, update on investment attraction initiatives. Once again, floor is open if anybody has any questions or thoughts on the matter. You guys write good reports, apparently. Well, yeah, there you go. Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder to receive this as information. Okay, Councillor Cox and Councillor Hamlin, all those in favor? Carried. Thank you. On to item 7.3, Entrepreneurial Innovation Fund 2025, report back and 2026 applications and recommendation and program updates. No, okay, no, okay, anything, any, so any thoughts? Okay, Councillor Cox.
I was just asking if the staff had any other comments they'd like to make, and they said no.
Fair enough. Okay, such being the case, mover and a seconder then. Councillor Rawson, Councillor Cox, all those in favor? Perfect, thank you. On to item 7.4, EDS 2026-60, tourism plans for festivals and events. This is, yes, Councillor Cox.
I'd just like to make a comment. I went to that meeting, and I have to tell you that it's one of the best ones I've ever been to. It was so nice to see everybody from all over the county all wanting to work together, not saying, this is my event, I want everybody to come to me. We were all there together, and the ideas that came out were excellent. And I really enjoy the consultant's report. All his recommendations are exactly what I would have thought they would be. And I was really pleased to see that. And I learned a lot that day. And unfortunately, there weren't a lot of municipal councillors there, but I'm glad I was there because it was an excellent program, and I met a lot of people, and we learned a lot of things from each other, and it was a good one. And I'm glad you're planning on having it once a year. I would even say 2 times, but hey, go with 1, that's fine. But a follow-up one would be nice, like, because now we have this report. If those people even got together for a morning for an hour or 2 just to run through it, and everybody just to sort of have a debrief on it would be nice. Just an idea for the future. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Anything else? Okay, not being the case, I need a mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Hamlin, Councillor Rawson. All those in favor? Carried. And as we have no other matters of consideration and no confidence matters of consideration, I will move straight to adjournment at 12:48. Oh yes, Councillor. Moved by Councillor Hamlin, seconded by Councillor Cox. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you very much.